So it's here.
So it's here.
Yeah.
Will there be someone else in the room?
I have no idea. I mean, technically I can help you, but I don't know how.
No, it's fine. It's just because often in the Hello. Yes.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us?
No, are you? Yes.
She's not there.
Okay, great.
Good.
Good morning, everybody. In the excellent IGF tradition, we are going to start this open forum on time. It's exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. This is actually not the right time. I'm very pleased to moderate this open forum this morning on private sector hackback with the question, where are the limits? I am Laurent Bernard. I work for the OECD Secretariat in Paris. And I will just say a few words about this open forum and the context for it, and then we'll go with our panelists. This open forum was proposed by the OECD for this IGF meeting as a kind of a first step towards a meeting that will take place in Paris on 14 December 2018, and it will be a meeting of the newly launched OECD Global Forum on Digital Security for Prosperity. It's an OECD initiative to bring together a community, an international community of experts addressing digital security for prosperity. That is, digital security from the perspective of economic and social prosperity rather than perspective of international security or a pure technical perspective or the perspective of cybercrime. And this first meeting in December of the Global Forum will address the roles and responsibilities of actors for digital security, in particular the roles and responsibilities of private sector actors. And in this event in December, we will have a session on active defense, hackback by the private sector. What are the challenges they raise? What are the issues they raise at international level? How should we address it? And we thought it would be a great opportunity at the IGF this year, which takes place in Paris, to start to have a discussion on these issues. So let me just say a couple of words on the scope of this discussion. When we talk about hackback in the context of this session, I don't know elsewhere, but in the context of this session, of this discussion, we're talking about private sector actors, so businesses basically, who face digital security attacks and who may have, in response or in the course of these attacks, who may take measures to address these attacks that are of an active nature. We'll discuss what that may mean or may not mean. May take actions that may have an active nature or that can be considered as hacking back. These type of measures raise a number of concerns, challenges, but they can also be seen as something positive that should actually be encouraged. We should have a discussion on this. So to have this conversation, I am very pleased to have 5 distinguished panelists that I will very briefly introduce, and then I will give them a 5-minute time slot to give their perspective on this issue. We'll have questions from the audience after each of them, and then we'll go into a discussion with you and the panelists until 10 o'clock, which is the end of our panel. So I will immediately turn to Alp Tucker, who is director and founder of the NetBlocks Global Internet Observatory. He is a contributor to Internet protocols at the Internet Engineering Task Force and a Sakharov Fellow of the European Parliament. He will speak from, I guess, the civil society and technical side perspective of this issue. Alp, what is your perspective on this issue?
Thank you, Laurent. So, well, 2 weeks ago, I was in Taiwan, and I was talking with the Congressman Jason Zhu, and he gave me a shocking statistic about the situation of cybersecurity in his country. He told me that there are, on average, 30,000 cyber attacks daily, coming from the mainland alone. And this, in context, you look at the statistics, and you see that this isn't so much nation-state-sponsored attacking. It is a mix of many stakeholders, many different vectors for attack. Looking through the figures, and these are more wide general figures, you see that some 17% of attacks can be attributed to nation-states, with the rest being attributed to either the private sector or lone wolves or different stakeholders. So in that context, today's session is extremely valuable because it's the less discussed side of the problem, and in fact it's the majority of the incidents that we see. So from a technical perspective, and that's really what I'm trying to add here, is to look at what is the nature of hacking back, what does it mean? Then we have these terms that Laurent discussed, like an active or a passive security measures. And some of this terminology is quite outdated. We find that the whole field of cyber security and, or information security, depending on perhaps the dictionary, the lexicon that you use, varies a lot. So it's worth doing a refresher and seeing how this, what this means in the current lexicon. So what I see as a technologist is that the internet is a global network that is actually built on trust. So today we're here discussing the internet of trust, and in fact digital networks, computer networks are built on the idea that you trust your peer, that when you send an internet packet you're asking for that to be relayed to the next hop. So you're not sending something so much as you're asking for that information to be shared. And in that respect, I think we see a lot of problems with this idea of hacking back. You have questions about what does it mean? Who is meant to carry this traffic on the most fundamental level? We're talking about the transport of information. Nobody actually has to carry that data, including the next hop, the next peer. So if you look at protocols like BGP, IP, TCP, they're all built on the goodwill of the network users. And in the case of hacking back, the big question is, does that goodwill still exist if you're then trying to exploit somebody who has perhaps exploited you? Or put more simply, is it okay to rob somebody's house if they've robbed your house? And as a victim of crime, you might think that's a reasonable thing to do, but yet it's probably not the legal thing to do or the ethical thing to do. So 3 types of hacking back that we categorize. There are sometimes 4, but this is the one we use at NetBlocks. So we have the exploratory or validation, which is an active measure, but it's very mild, very modest, because we're talking about simply trying to go through data and perhaps passively access remote services. This might mean entering a URL in your bar, perhaps a hidden URL, which you're not meant to know, so that you can get attribution to an attack. So this kind of exploratory hackback seems to be the kind that is perhaps the least problematic from a legal perspective, and I'm sure we'll have a look at that in a bit. And then you have the preventative type. So this is when you have botnets, you have networks that have been hijacked, and then somebody needs to log in or divert IP addresses so that they can then regain control over those machines. This is a fairly invasive approach, and it does have collateral damage. That's another word you're going to hear probably today a lot. Collateral damage is the impact to people who aren't at fault, who aren't part of the attack itself, who are bystanders, essentially. So, and thirdly, you have the retaliatory form of attack. So this is really what you see in the headlines. This is revenge hacking. This is, somebody has hurt me and I'm going to hurt them. And some of the most recent moves have actually sought perhaps to make this more acceptable as well. So I think this is the most contentious type of attack that is going to be discussed today. So those are really the 3, and they're hugely relevant to the conversation that we're going to have. So without further ado, I'll pass it on back to Laurent.
Thank you very much. This is an interesting first step into the area: exploratory, preventative, and retaliatory. That's already a first categorization of this type of active measures or hackback activities. Let me turn to Leandro Usiferi, who is a lawyer, policy analyst, and researcher working at the Association for Civil Rights, ADC in Spanish, an independent non-for-profit NGO based in Buenos Aires, Argentina, where he specializes on issues concerning the right to privacy in digital age, And you will give us, Leandro, a civil society, a legal and social perspective to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurent. Yeah, so basically I wanted to start by saying that it's good to start framing this conversation in terms of what we actually mean when we talk about hacking back and proactive cyber defense measures. So it was great to have Alp's insight on this from the technical perspective, because if not, we'll be talking about very different things. So for the purposes of my notes and the different comments that I will make, I will address specifically the problem of corporations hacking back in that specific sense, as Alp mentioned. So basically, to start from our concerns from civil society, from a human rights perspective that we try to argue on these issues, I would first like to address that the simply action of hacking back is against what we understand by cybersecurity itself. As the Freedom Online Coalition put in one of their working groups on identifying concepts, they defined cybersecurity as the preservation through policy, technology, and education of the availability, confidentiality, and integrity of information and its underlying infrastructure. So it wouldn't be far off to agree that the very simple concept of hacking back would be against even the core principles that uphold cybersecurity itself. It's also worth noting that when we're talking about corporations and human rights, the UN already has guiding principles on this, saying that corporations are also dependent on respecting human rights, and they should avoid causing or contributing to produce human rights impacts through their own activities, and they must seek to prevent or mitigate human rights impacts directly that are directly linked to their operations, products or services, and different business practices. So with that said, when we're talking about hacking back, what would be the specific human rights impact? On one hand, and we're talking about specifically, I'll mention previously the collateral damage, and most of the impact on the social perspective comes from that collateral damage. And there are different concepts that are linked, and we're going to talk about the attribution problem as well, because all of these different concepts and terminologies are intertwined in a way that allows us to put out an argument on how human rights are impacted. So when we're talking about collateral damage and attribution, when companies go on hacking back operations and they interfere with other institutions, other corporations, other private individuals' systems, they may be putting other people's rights at risk. Maybe privacy is a more easy one to spot in a way, because we would be dealing with, I don't know, for example, collecting private data, deleting that data, but also there are risks to freedom of expression as well. If, for example, the infrastructure or different systems from the target that is hacked back is disrupted. And this happened, there are a few cases that we can later discuss with the panel that had happened where a corporation might be hacking back another corporation, and they would disrupt their systems, and different businesses, depending on those systems, are not allowed to function properly. So coming back to the attribution problem, which is basically at the core of when we discuss cyber attacks and cybersecurity itself, when we're analyzing online activities, the nature of those activities don't necessarily become obvious when we discover them. So when we're talking about attribution and hacking back, one of the things that needs to come to mind in these discussions is what happens to due process. We have already legal systems set in place where there needs to be a specific procedure to follow in order for the rule of law to be complied. So in this regard, when we allow corporations to hack back, in a sense, it's worth discussing if we are allowing corporations to act as private judges and private prosecutors, for example. One of the things that is related to attribution is basically understanding what's the purpose of the attack. So again, as its nature may not be obvious at first glance, it's a clear there's a clear need to understand if the hack was to conduct surveillance, to steal information, to interfere with a political institution, for example, and even more difficult is identifying who the actor behind it is. I would suggest, I would really recommend reading Thomas Reid work on this. He basically classifies the attribution problem in 3 different layers. A technical layer, which is basically the traceability aspect in terms of identifying an IP address, for example. The social aspect, which is connecting that technical infrastructure used to a specific person using that technology, and then the political aspect, which is the most important one, because attributing a cyber attack and attributing a hacking operation is mostly a political act. And that is important in this discussion because when we talk about corporations hacking back against other corporations, we need to take into account where the target of that hacking back corporation is based, and that companies acting on their own will may be putting diplomatic relationships from their own base country to the target country at risk. In terms of the whole debate, I would say that again, having corporations hacking back would be our modern version of a Wild West in a way, and it's worth also using that kind of analogies in terms, again, of legal procedures that need to be followed and the respecting different legal frameworks. Not only human rights, but also data protection, for example. And just to close, a simple statement in terms of when we're talking about these hacking operations, it's also worth framing it as that when companies show this kind of strength in terms of having the measures to go after the targets, they are in a way inviting challenge, and then challenge incites further conflict. So this is also a problem that needs to be addressed in terms of the escalation of further conflict that might not be that might be even worse for, again, diplomatic tensions and human rights compliance.
Thank you very much, Leandro. So at this point, I'd like to turn to the audience and have a first round of questions for these 2 interventions, and then we'll continue with the panelists. Are there any questions to them, or questions that we could keep also towards the end of the panel for all the panelists? You can use your microphone. It's always the first one which is the most difficult. There you go.
Hello, I'm Jin Hyun-jo from Korea Internet and Security Agency. Basically, my questions about whether hackback is legal actions for private companies. Basically, hackback is one of some actions. It seems to me it is illegal. Hacking is not allowed in your legal systems, especially for the foreign targeted attack will be more than just hacking. Basically, there will be some 2 different sides. Domestically, private hackback is not allowed based on the cybercrime law. Well, in case of targeting a foreign entity, it will be more than complex compared to domestic cases, like some involving international law or some diplomatic relations. Well, before going to that issue, do you think hackback is legally permittable or allowable? That is my question. Thank you.
Anyone?
Well, I think I will address all these issues in my contribution in, I think, 10 minutes. But yes, exactly, this is the issues, whether hackback is or not legal under national and international law. And as we will see, there is many aspects of hackbacks that could be a violation of international law and both of national legislation under for example, the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, but also under many other obligations for states to not allow their territory to be used against the rights of other states. But we will see this further, I think. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll go with our next speaker, Kaya Siglik, who is with Microsoft. I will let you introduce yourself. And so what is your perspective from Microsoft on this issue?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I am Kaya. I'm a director of cybersecurity policy and the digital diplomacy team at Microsoft. I think I always find it interesting because I feel like there's a lot of discussions online and stuff like that around hackback, and whenever I'm on a panel, we're in wide agreement and we all think it's a bad idea. I think some of the challenges there are, to both of your points, I think definitional. Right? I think it means a lot of different things to different people. You know, even we talked a little bit about sort of what the different aspects could be, but even the difference between how you talked about private actors between you two was like I was like, oh, we don't even know what that means, you know, because you could be corporations to corporations. I think in your remarks you were like, it's largely private individuals and sort of cybercrime. So it's a vast, it is a confused topic, I would say. And when it comes to the industry perspective, I think the industry, there is no one perspective, right? When we, this year, sort of announced the Cybersecurity Tech Accord, it has a line in it that talks about a commitment to not doing offense. And that was a highly debated topic, a point in the Tech Accord, partly because everybody has different definitions of it, and sort of the Tech Accord now has up for consultations a work stream on definitions, but because, you know, like for us, it was, from Microsoft perspective, it was like, yes, you shouldn't go out and attack. It's just bad for the environment. It further increases the sort of instability in cyberspace. Also, not a lot of people can actually do it accurately. And the worry that we have is if you open it up, it's, you know, people will be like, oh, I think it's this person, to your point about attribution. But do they really know? Do they really have the capability? The second point was, what does it actually help, right? It's there's one thing, the sort of preventative types of it, of hackback, and sort of whether they fall under definitions or not. I think that actually works towards stabilizing and improving cybersecurity. Just retaliation doesn't actually help anything. Makes you feel better, but, you know, does it do anything? And then the other conversation that came up was I think a lot of security research firms are really concerned just by throwing like just a name out there, hackback, and trying to ban it. Partly because I feel it is banned, but, you know, like through the conversations, partly because they worry they will close down their ability to do pen testing, because that is an offensive action. If you look at it, you know, it's normally allowed, it's in conversation with your client, but you do actually sort of try and intrude into a system. And similarly sort of actions of security researchers. So I would say it's a confused space, but and it is because we kind of talk at cross purposes a lot of times. In reality, I think under most national law, and under, I think, probably international law, it is, and you will talk about it, it is not something that is legal. I think from a Microsoft perspective, we do not encourage it. We do not want to see it expanded at all. I think the one thing that probably someone will ask me a question on is, so we do botnet takedowns, sort of as mentioned, but we don't ever do it ourselves. We do it ourselves, but we do it in cooperation with law enforcement agencies, right? And it's coordinated, and there's court orders involved, and it's not just us being like, oh, we'll take this down. So I think I would just sort of, as we have this discussion, keep those points in mind.
Thank you very much, Kaya. Now we're getting into the consideration that this is a more complicated space than it looks, and that perhaps the concepts we're using are not that useful, which raises the question of which concept should we use to get a proper conversation on this that would get us somewhere. Perhaps, is there any question after this third speaker? Yes, please.
Hi. I wanted to ask just to what extent is this a real problem we're trying to solve amongst corporations? Because you've talked about private individuals, and I was very relieved to hear you say actually that it is a very confused space. Although we started off with what sounded like quite clear categories or definitions, actually I think most people find it quite a confusing space and quite confusing to define. But it would be helpful to know kind of what is the real problem, if there is one, with corporations undertaking this type of activity. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone wants to take that? Or we keep it for later, please?
So I can give this one a quick spin. I think we'll dive into this a bit more. But there are really two kinds of problem, if we look at it, if we break it down. One is the collateral damage that I think we've briefly mentioned already, which is really the bystanders, but also the types of loss. So you have information loss. If somebody's hacking and releasing information, it's not just the target's money that is lost. It's not just the target's resources, but also their customers, their users, people who they track. So there's a very wide potential for collateral damage. And another angle that particularly I think should be a focus in terms of internet governance is the technical impact that these networks aren't designed to carry the kind of traffic. And this is particularly relevant for denial of service type attacks, where you are bringing down every single pathway in between yourself and your target, including your neighbors. So we always see this as, well, I think in current discussion there's a lot of focus on endpoint hacking or endpoint attacks, but we have to remember that denial of service is also very large, perhaps one of the largest forms of attack. So these are, I would say, the two main forms of harm that are real problems that we see.
Was your point more about like how much does it happen? Yeah. So I would say, given that it's illegal in pretty much everywhere, like mature corporations, you know, or it's not even mature, but I feel established corporations, like names that you recognize, don't do it. I think there is an appetite, and that's why you have a discussion, but I don't think it sort of at a established level, I don't think it happens very much.
I would, if I may add just one point, I would think perhaps there is a problem related to uncertainty whether you are in the legal or in the illegal. If I follow the categorization we had from ALP, you know, exploratory, preventative, retaliatory, there is an intention there in these three. You know, you have an intention to retaliate, intention to prevent, but in your action to prevent, perhaps you are using a technique that will be the same as the one used for retaliatory. So there is some uncertainty on the part of the company facing the attack and trying to, at the end of the day, protect itself. And that can be part of the complexity of the issue. Perhaps we'll go with our next speaker, and can you hold your question a little bit? We'll go through our next speaker, and we'll return to the questions. Karine, let me introduce you. You are Associate Professor of International Law and Deputy Director of the Cybersecurity Institute at University Grenoble-Alpes in France. And you will provide us with a legal perspective on this issue, the international law perspective. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Laurent. First of all, I would like to say that it is impressive to see how many arguments have been raised to praise the virtues of hackback. Hackback could compensate for shortcomings in governmental action. It would have a significant deterrent effect, and last but not least, it would be good for business. And it is true that given the dramatic rise of cyber attacks, the cybersecurity market looks extremely promising for the private sector. And relying on these arguments, some think tanks have advanced the idea that active cyber defense measures by the private sectors should be placed into the corporate toolkit. And it is this in mind that a bill named ACDC, Active Cyber Defense Certainty Act, has been introduced at the US Congress in 2017 in order to legalize for the first time certain acts of hacking back. However, these initiatives contrast with, for example, the French Paris Call for Trust and Security in the Cyberspace, released this morning, that calls to prevent non-state actors, including the private sector, from hacking back. In a book on cyber attack we have published last year with Theodore Christakis for the French conference held here at the UNESCO on cybersecurity and the role of public and private actors, we have shown that this strong opposition to hackback is due to the risk posed by what we called the wide hackback, that is to say, a hackback that is left to the entire discretion of private actors. Also, as we have also explained, this wide hackback must be distinguished from what we have called a wide cyber defense based on a cooperation between public and private actors and under the control of the states. So I would then briefly address two main issues. First, what are the risks and legal problems of wide hackback? And second, to what extent could a wide cyber defense be more acceptable? As we know, hackback involves various risks for the security of the cyberspace, risk for the authority of the states, risk of an elitist cyber defense left into the hand of the most powerful companies, risk of misattribution, risk of significant collateral damages, and all these risks together could lead to an uncontrolled escalation of violence in the cyberspace. Let's just 1 minute imagine what could happen if today, or if now, the 200 million of enterprises around the world are authorized to launch cross-border attack in the name of hackback. This is a recipe for chaos. This wide hackback also raised many legal problems. What's hacking?
Someone doesn't like what you're saying about it.
He doesn't like it. First of all, I would like, so I will continue, or I will try to continue. First of all, I think that from an international perspective, we have to say that international law does not allow the private sector to conduct hackback. But it is also true that international law does not prohibit hackback as such. However, hackback could violate many different legal rules. For example, under international law, the responsibility of a state could be triggered for the breach of its obligation of due diligence if it has not taken the necessary measures in order to prevent the harmful cross-border hackback launched by a private company from its territory or its ICT. A private company who conducts hackback with transnational consequences could also violate the domestic law of several states. First, the state where hackback causes damages, but also second, state from which it acts. Indeed, under the impulse of the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, numerous states have enacted legislation in order to criminalize attacks against data or computer systems. Corporates who launch hackback could then face criminal prosecution in several countries. In this context, it is thus necessary to consider to what extent could a wild cyber defense be more acceptable. Can state rely on the private sector? The answer to this question, I think, is yes. As we have explained in our book, that cooperation mechanism between state and the private sector is well known in many legal systems. We have then suggested a scenario where a state could authorize a limited number of certified companies to act under its close control. Such a legal framework could address the concern of the victim, and at the same time, it will avoid a large number of risks associated with wide hackback. But now, if we want to achieve such a cooperative public-private partnership, we need to be extremely cautious and acting step by step so as not to open or reopen the Pandora box. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Karine. I think this is extremely interesting and another perspective to the issue. If so many private sector stakeholders have the possibility to act back, if it becomes legal, then how does it scale? We end up with a problem at the scale of the internet as a whole. And I note, I underline the notion of public-private cooperation here in a very, very specific and tailored context. Is there any question? And then we'll turn to our last panelist. Yes, please.
You're talking a lot about companies hacking each other, but if a hacker would hijack your server or whatever, would you see that as hacking back your own server or just restoring your own infrastructure?
So I think that, you know, and I would encourage everybody to introduce themselves. But I think it's an attack on you, so you defend yourself. But from our perspective, we would, if we were to go out and sort of take action, we would always do it together with law enforcement. We wouldn't do it by ourselves. I'm not sure if that answers the questions, but I think you know, we would not consider that we have the authority to do something like that.
Did you mean like if someone hacks my server, which is hacked already by someone else, should I consider that as an aggression or actually some positive action towards me?
Yeah, it was more like if it's illegal to hack, is it also illegal to hack your own server back if it's being hijacked or anything? Because it's your own infrastructure, you're trying to protect your own data, your own infrastructure, and if somebody is just taking that away from you, you're, to restore your system, you're trying to get it back, of course.
Sorry, is hacking your own system hackback?
So I feel no, but I also think you wouldn't necessarily have to hack it, right, to get it back. I would hope so. That would be disturbing.
So one perspective where that's possibly more relevant is with IoT devices. So you've deployed it to the clients, and then the client doesn't really administer their own system. So is while the device is de facto owned by the customer, the device is practically, perhaps almost, well, the property or is maintained by the company. In that case, there is an expectation for companies to mitigate the harm done by their own machines if these devices have been compromised. And I think this can have an additional aspect to it if the company has gone bust, for example, who will then switch off these fridges from, say, 10 years ago, which are now causing massive denial of service attacks across the world. So that's really an unsolved question. And it does also ask the question, should there be a master key so when a company goes bust, for example, somebody can go in and fix the mess afterwards? And these remain, I think, unsolved problems.
every single step on this issue is more complicated than it looks. Actually, it's unclear who really owns or has the capacity to intervene on these complex systems. There are maybe chains of actors involved and contractual complexity among the various stakeholders to maintain a system. Perhaps we'll switch to our last panelist. Yves Verhoeven is Director for Strategy at NC, the French National Cyber Defense Authority, and he will provide us with the perspective of a government agency on this issue.
Thank you very much. So I will start by elaborating a bit on the hardest form of hackback, meaning conducting cyber attacks in response to cyber attacks, and then I will take a slightly broader perspective. So if you look at what has happened in the past years, it is true to say that despite the mobilization of states to fight cybercrime, it is true to say that the efficiency of public policies to discourage cyber attackers has been limited. So we can understand that it has been tempting for a certain number of persons to promote hackback as cyber attacks, to answer cyber attacks as a way ahead. However, from the very beginning, I will say that from our perspective, we believe that it would only add chaos to chaos for a certain number of reasons, which have already been touched upon earlier. But I will come back to it. We believe that if you try to answer as a private sector to cyber attacks for yourself or for the benefit of another non-state actor, then there is a high risk of aggravating the situation because of the various possible ways to have misperception. The first one is the fact that the victim who wants to answer may in fact target an innocent third party. When you look at the issue of the identification of originators of cyber attacks, it is definitely a challenge that even states struggle to address, even though they have access to intelligence. The second point I would like to touch upon is the fact that hackback operations could easily have disproportionate and unwanted consequences and side effects. If you think about conducting a cyber attack as a surgical strike, a surgical cyber strike, then in fact it is very difficult to imagine a cyber attack having some very precise contained consequences. It is also definitely a challenge. And also, since the various parties would certainly be hosted in different countries, there is also a risk of misperception concerning who are the actors, what are the intents, and it could even trigger an escalation between states hosting the various actors. So we believe that all this would, with a very high level of probability, lead to having a systemic risk of instability at the global level. We believe that the multiplication of cyber attacks would definitely be the result of accepting hackback, hard form of hackback, as acceptable. And we believe that the legitimate use of violence, because we are talking about violence, so the legitimate use of violence should remain the monopoly of the states. So today, hackback is clearly illegal in French law. It is illegal in many national laws conforming to the Budapest Convention, and France and many stakeholders believe that it should remain so. And this is why, this morning, in the Paris call that was released for trust and security in cyberspace, rejecting hackback from non-state actors is one of the specific measures which is promoted. So this is for the hard form of hackback. And of course, there are many other ways to react, which could be imagined as not strictly passive. And then the issue is, okay, so if we exclude cyber attacks as a form of answer to cyber attacks, still, can't I do anything which may be a bit on the border. And in fact, we believe that the debates which have risen from the topic of what is called the gray zone, in particular by Carnegie Endowment, we believe that this is a good debate, even though these debates can sometimes stumble over the imprecise concepts, imprecise terms like passive or active cyber defense measures. And we believe that we should go beyond that further and analyze clearly what is definitely illegal, what is definitely legal, and what is perhaps in between. So some measures which may be in some conditions be recognized as legal, but it would not be obvious, and it would certainly depend on the ways that they would be conducted, and perhaps even on who conducts them. So this is our view on let's say, the gray zone. We believe that we should conduct risk analysis for each kind of measure, for each kind of answer to cyber attacks, in order to finally analyze the risk, finally analyze whether or not the conduct of such or such measure is acceptable. And it should all be based on a risk analysis. The same risk analysis as I conducted on hard form of hackback should also be conducted on each form of less hard form of hackback. And we believe that we should all work all together around the table, work on the framework to put on this kind of analysis. And it would certainly make us come to the conclusion that there should be some guidance for a certain number of forms of answer. And there should perhaps be some regulation over some actors who could be allowed to conduct some specific measures, but still not conduct cyber attacks. That's all for me.
Thank you. Let's have questions from the floor, please.
Hi, thank you. My question, actually I have two of them. First would be, so I understand that public actors are allowed to do the hackback. Question would be, is it efficient the way it's conducted today? Do they have the proper means to do their job, and do they cooperate with private actors? And the second one is, I understand that the legal framework is not really clear. So would it be desirable to develop an international framework? Is it realistically going to happen in the next couple of years?
Yeah, I feel I should answer. So when it comes to public actors, well, it is obvious that public actors, a certain number of states, have over the years worked upon the issue of conducting cyber attacks for different reasons, which can be, and which in many occasions, legitimate from a public policy point of view. So there is some kind of experience, some specific means. I mentioned having access to intelligence, for instance, and other specificities to public actors. But definitely public actors should refrain from the use, from the excessive use of cyber attacks, definitely. And this is something which has been debated in the past, even though consensus has not always been reached, and the failure of GGE is a mark that this is not an easy issue. Concerning the legality of the various actions, what I meant was not that there is uncertainty on the legality. In each national law, it is often very clear what is clearly legal and what is clearly illegal. However, what I meant is that perhaps there is some space, because we lack some legal precedents, to elaborate and to provide some background to a certain number of actors, so that if they intend to use some measures which are not clearly completely legal in any circumstances, that perhaps if they intend to do them, then they should put that into the proper framework and conform to some specific guidance to make sure that they are still on the right line.
just to add, I would say the legal aspects are quite clear, as Yves mentioned. I would say not only in terms of human rights perspective and the international framework of human rights, but also specific national laws on data protection and cybercrime, as I mentioned, the Budapest Convention and so on, that states may implement in their own context. I would say in those aspects, it's quite clear that hacking back, it's illegal in terms of those frameworks.
So I have another, so I think I really liked your framework actually at the beginning, right? Because I think it's, when it talks about preventative retaliatory in particular, you know, I think that's where I think a lot of the conversations now, it's very focused on retaliation. And I think where the gray area is that preventative space where, you know, like this is sort of like slightly more out there examples, but like in the discussions, some of it's been raised that even patching could be actually offensive because they own the system, right? So do we have a right to patch their system? The other, which I feel is on the extreme of the argument, the other suggestion that sort of I think people are playing with is the creation of honeypots. Like if you create a vulnerability to lure in attackers specifically to catch them, you know, you don't go aggressively, you know, attack a system, but it's still an effectively active defense. Right. Another example that I think people also talk about, but it's again on the extreme, is are sandboxes illegal, where you basically close off the attackers in a specific space, right? So I think that's where more the gray area are. The actual just going after a different system. I think we're all kind of in agreement. It's not legal.
Yes, if you want now to reinforce the banning of hackback, I think that you can act step by step. And first one, you can try to universalize the Budapest Convention, which is really important because it is a clear answer to the prohibition of hackback, I think, because it is a crime under the Budapest Convention. But I think the Paris Call is also a step, an important step, in order, you know, to see that the international community is against hackback. But I think that there is also many other steps that you can reach. For example, we have to work together on the question of the prevention of proliferation of malicious ICT. You know, we have a black market today, which is increasing concerning toolkit, which allow private company to launch cyber attacks. And I think this is something we need to address. We have still now the Wassenaar agreement, but I think that we need to go forward on this question. So there is many aspects to develop, and both at the legal, but also at the economic level, in order to show to the companies that the best defense is not hackback.
The only one thing I would also say is, so on the Paris call, you know, like you said, the international legal community sort of endorsed it as an important step. But I think you'll also see that there is a vast number of private sector actors that will endorse it, have endorsed it. So it's, I think there's wide agreement that this is a step in the right direction.
Thank you. If I can add a couple thoughts to what I heard. It seems that everybody agree that hackback is a bad idea and should be illegal, but at the same time that this is also conceptually confusing, so we need to clarify it. And we have these three categories: exploratory, preventative, and retaliatory type of measures, which can help. But at the same time, I'm wondering, you know, are these the right categories? In other words, I could do something with the intention of being exploratory, but create damages. So should not be the criteria, perhaps the criteria to identify whether we are on the good side or on the bad side, to simplify it. Should it be my intention, or should it be the potential consequences or the consequences? And perhaps here we are touching on the gray zone, precisely, and that would be what we would need to clarify. And just one last point, it would need to be clarified internationally. If one country clarifies it for itself, it's probably not enough. The ecosystem is global. So we end up with another internet governance issue, perhaps, to put it very, very broadly, at least a collective issue at international level. Any reaction to this?
I feel I speak a lot, but I would also say I think the Budapest Convention actually clarifies, and it is about intent. I think so. I think in a lot of legal frameworks have intent in there as a sort of qualifying structure.
Yeah, if I can add something. If you look at the idea of, for example, patching a third-party network that could be vulnerable and participating into an attack infrastructure. If you have no contractual connection to the owner of this infrastructure, you're just not allowed to go and patch this infrastructure. Today, in French law, it is illegal. And this is not retaliatory. This is rather preventative action. And still, today it is illegal. And I'm not sure that it would be made legal in the close future, because it would have many consequences. So having the differentiation between exploratory, preventative, and retaliatory is certainly a good basis to discuss the strongest form of hackback. But I believe that at some point, if we want to go even further in the debate, then we have to go into some sort of risk analysis, measure by measure, based on a certain number of risks. So, for instance, the risk of disturbance of networks, the risk of unforeseen side effects, the risk of escalation with the attacker, and the risk of triggering a political escalation between states, and perhaps even other risks than these ones. So I think we still have some room to elaborate a lot about the classification in order to have some fully rational debate.
Thank you. We are reaching the end of this open forum, and I'll just like to go through each of you for a very quick yes or no question and a very, very short conclusion. So you just do the yes or no. The question is there a need for more international work in this area? That's the yes-no question. And immediately, okay, what is your last point? Alp.
Well, I would say we've answered that definitely resounding yes. And I would just note that if we don't make the right decisions, there is a very real risk that at some point a digital attack will be responded to with a kinetic response. And that's really perhaps the end game of what we're looking at here. So we need to combine the regulatory efforts, the technical capacity, and the human rights angle as well to really get to the answer. And this is really a critical time to keep moving forward on this.
Leandro?
I would say yes. I think we already made some good progress here with really clear arguments for the answers that we were supposed to address with this open forum. And I'd say that it's good that we're debating here in a multi-stakeholder forum, because if not, we would then be leaving this to governments and corporations discussing it by themselves, and we would lose that aspect from the technical community, academia, and civil society, which is also important.
Thank you. I could not agree more.
So I would say yes, but I think also I would be careful, because I think I sometimes worry that there's a lot of discussion which paints it as something that needs to happen, right? So I think we should talk about it. We should generate definitions and come to the right sort of agreement around sort of what the appropriate actions are, but also make sure that we don't talk about it so much that it becomes like a thing where it's a track where it's just going to happen.
Yes, I would also say yes, but I think two aspects. First, we need to be very cautious in order not to open, as I said, the Pandora box. And so we need really to act step by step and in a very concrete way, as Yves shown, and both at the national and at the international level in this question, and both on the legal and the technical issues.
Yeah, again, I will talk about the Paris Call for Trust and Security in Cyberspace. It calls for a multi-stakeholder approach. It calls for general mobilizations. So my answer is yes.
And I understand that the document, the actual Paris Call, is available on the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs site, and we'll hear more about it this afternoon. Thank you very much for your participation in this open forum. Thanks to the audience for also your participation. It's 9 o'clock, almost exact. It's 10 o'clock, sorry. 10 o'clock, sharp. Thank you.
Even mention money. Yeah. It's a whole different session, isn't it?
No, we could continue for another hour with no problem. Huh?
So you have all the talking points for December, right?
It gives us a lot of help to kick off the discussion at already one step forward.
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Obviously, at this early hour of the day, the people are still a little bit lost in this building. So Tanya and I, we just decided we start a session. There are enough people in the room, and I would call all the ones who are involved from the NRI side, from the national and regional IGFs, to come to the stage if they have been participating. If not, if no one is in the room, then Tanya will freestyle a little bit with you.
So are there any speakers in this room? No. Wow. So one moment then. I guess that people were still queuing outside, those who didn't have their badges, who didn't pick up their badges yesterday or the day before yesterday. I want to ask you, because I mean, I cannot be the only speaker, right? Are there people who are involved in your regional or national initiatives on the internet governance? Any of you? I see a couple of hands, and so I see a couple of hands from Europe. So for anyone who just came here, if there are any speakers, please come on stage. And I see that two people who raised their hands were actually involved in what I was going to speak about European initiatives on cybersecurity. So I don't know. I guess actually that you are all here to hear about different cybersecurity efforts. And I believe that this session was going to be structured like this. Like, we first were going to provide input on what was going on different cybersecurity discussions and contexts, like, for example, protection of vulnerable targets, minors, and then move into the collaborative approaches to cybersecurity. But since we have no speakers, I'm going to change it. I mean, I'm free to, right?
I come to support you.
Oh, super. So I guess I'm going to make a caveat here. Oh, there is one more speaker. We decided to freestyle. So I'm going to moderate a bit, and I'm going to follow the structure of the session I was provided. And I have to admit that I didn't like the structure at all. Because from the European point of view, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we do not consider cybersecurity at the Eurodig. I will start with the meta level. We do separate cybersecurity and safety of children. So the discussion was supposed to start with the idea of how in cybersecurity we are approaching protection of vulnerable targets, protection of children online, protection of youth online. And at Eurodig, I'm going to speak from Eurodig, we have no approach to this. We are not approaching this issue from the cybersecurity perspective. Cybersecurity for us is protection of the critical infrastructure, it's norm-making, it's collaborative approaches to secure networks, and we treat child protection as a safe internet. Protection of vulnerable targets, awareness, capacity building, so that child online protection is never under the umbrella of cybersecurity, because we believe that the tools for child protection and for cybersecurity and policies and actors involved are very different, and we have to approach these issues from different perspectives. And I'm going to pass the ball here to Andrea, Adrian, who is representing Swiss IGF. So how do you approach this issue?
Yes, hello everyone, I'm Adrian Koster. I work with the Swiss Governmental CERT. So we try to improve cybersecurity in Switzerland. From the basic cyber hygiene point of view, because we are tasked with the protection of critical infrastructure, and we believe that the more secure national or the global network is, the less threats are there for critical infrastructure, so that you will be able to keep on having your power, having your telecommunications and all the other services you need. And we also try to foster cooperation, collaboration amongst all stakeholders. But especially we see that there is some responsibility with all the intermediaries, because between me and Tatiana, when we communicate over the internet or we interact, there are several players in between. and they are usually tasked with just transmitting everything that comes into their networks and giving it out as it is. And on a technical layer, an ISP, an access provider, he might find out that my computer is infected. So there's one perspective or one argument that like he says, well, I'm required by law to transmit whatever comes out of this connection and pass it on. But on the other hand, as he can detect that I'm infected, I would really like to get notified about this.
Thank you very much. And I would like to pass to Yon Chan Cho. Do I say your name correctly? From Korean IGF.
My name is Yoon Chang Choi. I am a representative of KL-IGF. Okay, I'm very pleased to here to discuss about cybersecurity relating to the internet freedom. As you know, South Korea is really has been facing some kind of threat from North Korea or around the very super big power around Korean Peninsula, as you know. And then I try to divide. I try to explain with the three fronts. First is that the industry really has been attacked by DDoS or some kind of the crypto attack. Some crypto ransom is really highly profiling problem in South Korea because some ISP or internet domain provider has been locked up because crypto ransom spyware, and then more than 1,000, less than 1,000 sometimes, has been attacked by the kind of the new emerging threat of the cyber attack. That's a problem. And then, including many industry, including ISPs, asking government to do something, but the tension has been arising. Kind of what? Because when government do something to against threat of the cyber attack, they need some regulation or authority and then much more power. The problem is that ISP just reluctant to provide that kind of the cooperation or some kind of the information sharing problem. That's the tension. That's a first chapter of my idea. The second one is that government authority has been divided by several agencies. In European style, there's some kind of ENISA, European Union Agency for Network and Information Security. I really inspired that ENISA, and they has a really comprehensive and inclusive approach about the cybersecurity problem. But South Korea is there are much more institutions and authorities, especially in South Korea's case. The threat of the North Korea is some government national security agency has a lot much power about the cybersecurity. But personally, I do not know how much they about understanding technical problem of the cybersecurity. That's my personal opinion, not official. And then I think South Korea really will be embracing some kind of the inclusive and the much more comprehensive approach about against the threat of the cybersecurity problem. The third one is that I believe, civil society. Civil society members really totally understood what kind of problem and what kind of damage they have from the cybersecurity. But the problem is that they really try to protect some privacy and the internet freedom. And several years ago, South Korean Constitutional Court just struck down the regulation of about Internet Identification Registration Act because it undermines some anonymity of the internet privacy, free speech or privacy, and that's why South Korean Constitutional Court struck down that regulation. And then, by the side effect of the decision, the problem is that anyone, even from the outside of the country, anyone can just disseminate a lot of the fake news or some kind of some blame defamation everywhere. And then sometimes I believe fake news is much more dangerous than sometimes cyber attack. In case of you already heard about some kind of Russian case. how Russians attacked other influence to their U.S. presidential election. They never demolish some kind of facility, or they never kill people, but they just slightly change, slightly influence some kind of people's idea, perception. We can call this a public opinion. And then when it comes to public opinion, has been shaped or manipulated by people. I think it's a much more dangerous attack than cyber attack because it's not physical damage, but sometimes it's kind of undermining people's trust, and then voters cannot vote for the people who they like. That's a problem. And then I'm here to share the information about South Korea, and then I want to hear the other country from United States. Okay, what's your, oh, no, she has no idea. No. Okay, okay, you moderate. Okay.
So yes, I have a few points to sum up for further discussion. First of all, I saw that two of the speakers touched the role of the ISPs and regulation and how much ISPs are actually involved in prevention and cyber attacks. And I would also like to put it further for discussion the question, are fake news cybersecurity? And I'm going to address it from the European perspective. But before I move there, we have two more representatives from regional initiatives. Michael Watert is working for the Association of the ISPs. And Michael, if you can tell us briefly, what is your uptake on the ISPs' responsibilities, how much involved they are?
I'm not going to talk about fake news because I believe fake...
Oh, you are going to talk about fake news, but just not right now.
No, yeah, not right now. Because I believe fake news existed since ages, centuries already. Not in the internet, but elsewhere. Now, from the ISP or from the industry perspective, we had some years ago, and I explained this already in many other countries, we had a nice private-public partnership supported by German government with 2 million euros to set up a project targeting two groups. One is small businesses and one is private individuals. And the one was about, the project was called Bot Free, and it was against bots and infections of PCs from private individuals, and this was done together with the virus software industry and together with the press who distributed CD-ROMs and with antivirus software. And it was so successful that when we started, Germany was somewhere on ranking on number 18 in the, if I reverse it, number 2 or number 3 from distributing the world most distributing malware because people had old PCs and stuff like that, and we went up to place to ranking number 18 after 1 year, just by distributing the software and helping the people to get rid of their infected computers. The way we did this was also agreed with the data protection authorities, so there were no one going directly into the computer of a private individual, but they told them what to do, and they did it with a call. We did it with a call center on one side, but also with web pages to help them. The other project was for home pages from very small businesses. They quite often know someone who can set up a homepage for their business for little money, maybe the son who just started computer science studies or something like that. And we offered a test to see if there is old software, outdated software used, which makes it easy for getting infected with drive-by infection and any other malware when someone visits their website. So the way we did it was we got the agreement from the small business to copy the whole stuff down, and then it was tested offline in a lab, and the result was reported back. That was the only way we thought, which is feasible. We needed the agreement of the owner, of course, to copy the stuff down, to be compliant with data protection rules and business rules. And this is the second project was the problem on how to get to the small businesses like painters or something like that. And that was the biggest problem, and we still didn't achieve the numbers we had with the bot-free project. We both put together these projects to handle it on a European scale, and both projects were at least successful, and in Europe as well, and was funded by the European Commission as a separate European project, which you can find if you look at in the website for bot-free. You may find links to these two projects. That's what we did from the German ISP industry. For cybersecurity, but my personal view is that the soft and hardware industry, it's mostly their job to do what already can be done technically and using more encryption, even if governments doesn't want it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Nata from Georgian government. And Nata, if you can tell us what are the Georgian discussion on the Georgian national level about cybersecurity, role of the ISPs, role of the governments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I represent Ministry of Justice, Data Exchange Agency. Maybe all of you have heard about Georgia more for its wine and food and good culture, but less about cybersecurity. But actually, Georgia is in top 10 most committed countries for cybersecurity, based on ITU Global Cybersecurity Index. And actually, we are second in Europe after Estonia and in line with France. So why Georgian government paid more attention of cybersecurity? The simple reply is that in 2008, we had a big cyber attack on Georgian cyberspace, on our critical infrastructure, and then it was the crucial point that government paid a lot of attention. We created agencies, institutional frameworks, legal frameworks, strategies that were just targeted on developing of Georgian cybersecurity. On our way to developing a cyber ecosystem, we made many of mistakes. One of them was this top-down approach and having less attention coming from private sector and involvement of private sector in decision and policy-making process. Reinvention of the wheels, and nowadays we are on this good path that we have the association agreement with EU, and generally Georgia is on the way of putting cybersecurity legal regimes on our legal framework and making harmonization of EU acquis in Georgian system. From next year, we are in the process of implementing NIS directive, so that we will have mandatory requirements for critical infrastructures and their incident handling and information sharing platforms with Georgian CERT community. At the same time, what was a new development is that in our constitution we put that ensuring of cybersecurity should not infringe human rights, so that access to internet and usage of internet should be in compliance with the privacy and other human rights, personal data protection, and so on and so on. So it is constitutionally guaranteed within our legal system. What is more also important is that we are in the process of developing regional partnerships for the insurance of protection of critical infrastructure with the South Caucasus and Black Sea region, and within the involvement of Eastern European partner countries. Georgia is leading the effort of ensuring cybersecurity protection of commonly used critical infrastructures. This is a really very interesting project, and so that all our regional countries would put efforts in ensuring cybersecurity of commonly used critical infrastructures in the region. We are in the process of having a new cybersecurity strategy with the involvement of private sector, and the strategy is firstly ever designed with the involvement of academia, with the involvement of internet service providers and other private sector representatives, and it will be enacted next year with the 3 years action plan in the process. We will be amending legislations and legal regimes and do a lot of emphasis on awareness and capacity building, which is a crucial point for Georgia. This is in short.
Thank you very much all. And from my notes, now I'm wearing my moderator hat. I mean, basically for those who just arrived, I'm wearing two hats. One of them is moderator hat and another one is the representative of the European Dialogue on the Internet Governance. So I make an overview of the debates which exist on the European level. I've heard the words fake news several times, and I'm going to throw this ball just for a very short discussion because, and now my head of the European Dialogue of the Internet Governance, at the EuroDig, we do not believe that fake news is a cybersecurity threat. We treat fake news under the track of media law, sometimes of the human rights. So how do you actually fight illegal content and what is illegal? You know, an age of digital disease, of ubiquitous information. And I can say that on the European level, what I see in connection to fake news, and I would really like to hear from Korea maybe and from Michael Rothert, because Germany has this European network, or sorry, German network enforcement law about fighting and removing illegal content. So my first question would be, is it a cybersecurity threat? My another hat answer, no. And secondly, how do you see this trend influencing security, jurisdiction, and anything related to crime? Because in Europe, what I see is this debate about changing the concept of intermediary liability. So just to be covered here, Europe had an e-commerce directive in 2000, which proclaimed that intermediaries, ISPs, platforms, and whoever you might imagine, have no liability for the content unless they are notified, first of all. And secondly, they do not have obligation to monitor the content proactively. What is going on in Europe now with relation to terrorism content and fake news is introduction of the new concept of intermediary or platform responsibility. So instead of changing the concept of liability, notice and take down, on the European level, debate creates new narrative that there is responsibility of the platforms and they indeed have to monitor the content. And I see it as a next trend. And I see that, for example, in Germany, there is already a network enforcement law and some proactive content monitoring is already involved. And so shall we start with, first of all, Korean IGF. Do you believe that cybersecurity includes fake news? And if it is, how should it be handled? Should be there proactive content monitoring? So what your national initiative think about this?
Okay, thanks for asking for that. When it comes to some kind of the intermediary liability, as maybe consists of some monitoring obligation, and then sometimes struck down the illegal contents or some kind of some very critical threat from some anonymousware. But in South Korea, there is only the law which she just obligate ISP about that kind of obligation only when it is a critical infrastructure. That is, in short, in South Korea has a law about the cybersecurity protection in critical infrastructure, but not whole things. Because when law enable some authority or ISP to do something with whole network, that means it's a close monitoring of the everything. I believe this kind of that's the point the civil society members really against that. I realize that exactly the same thing happened all over the world. And then, but I can say that I can specify some country name, but some authoritarian country, just they do monitor everything, and then they quickly struck down the illegal content, I believe. And then I personally believe the intermediary reliability is not total solution, because they have a lot of burden about that kind of things. And then sometimes ISP has not much technical solution against some new emerging technological threat. I believe that's a problem. And then I suggest a new solution is information sharing. Cybersecurity threat information sharing is very important. And I believe it's one of the policymaking process which private sectors, civil society, and the public sector get together. I believe it's a multi-stakeholder model of the cybersecurity protection, cybersecurity problem solution, I believe. But still, not many countries has an ideal solution about how can they realize or materialize their cybersecurity threat information sharing. For example, cybersecurity attack has happened to some kind of very big IT company. They can do you believe they're willing to provide that kind of the code or some kind of the signals, and they treat or features of that attack to the government? Yeah, we can say yes, but sometimes they don't. That's a problem. But government only allow it to monitor some infrastructure of critical network. They cannot access to whole things. I already mentioned about some crypto ransom problem, but attackers are very smart enough to attack, focusing on not critical infrastructure. They attack very small company, but connected to everything. That's a problem. That's why government cannot cannot monitor everything, because they are not critical infrastructure. And then it's a lot of I believe to cover that kind of loophole, they sometimes just suggest some encryption policy. Encryption policy is not just device or not just network, but about some device cases. But encryption policy is not the perfect solution, because encryption policy sometimes, as you already see some FBI and Apple cases, and there's sometimes encryption policy allow the government or ask IT company to do the full access to every device. There's a problem. Okay, I believe there's some kind of value conflict between privacy protection and then protection of the cybersecurity problem. And then I believe ISP reliability of the whole network is not the perfect solution, I believe. Okay, it's my answer.
Thank you very much. And I would like to pass the ball to Michael and then to Nata. Two questions then, because we went from content monitoring to encryption debate. So can you briefly speak about these two debates on the national level, and do you believe that both of them are related to cybersecurity, and if any of them does, how does it influence the agenda of your nation on your national level?
Wow.
Yeah. Aren't we moving to a very interesting uncharted territory?
Yeah, I just want to go further on what my colleague said about intermediary liability, how we handle these things. As my association runs an internet peering point, very large one, in Germany and in many other countries, we were fighting the problem that Secret Service came in and tapping lines. No, not Bundestrojaner, no, Secret Service tapping lines to check. So we went to court, and we lost in the first instance at court, but we knew that we were going to lose it, and we just did this to step further on to the highest court, and this is now pending, and we'll see on what it comes out. If Secret Service, in Germany we have two parts of Secret Service, one for interior matters and one for exterior matters, and the one who is in question here was the one for exterior matters, but it was interior, and he was also, when tapping lines, looking at German nationals, which is not the task of that Secret Service. So we went to court, and we will see what will happen in the next years. In principle, the ISP industry in Germany has no problem, even not with interception, if it's signed off by a judge. And what the industry does not like is preventive interception, just in case, because we don't want the ISP industry, according to the laws you already mentioned, Tatiana, to see content and these things. According to fake news in the past it was sometimes called propaganda, and it worked, and still works today. And we don't address fake news as a threat in the cybersecurity area. We say, well, if people believe it, then they believe it. That was with newspapers ages ago as well. They read it and they could believe it or not, or could try. And today with the internet you have much more sources to check if it's really fake news or not. And this can be needed. What encryption is, I think the current problem, what we are seeing is, especially for the infrastructure problem, that you have many old embedded systems which you just hook up on the net. These systems don't understand any encryption so far. So it's a matter, from my understanding, of time when these things are replaced, or when the pressure of securing the infrastructure gets so high to have them replaced. Otherwise, the liability on those vulnerable infrastructure. And I fully agree when you said these fake news and most of the stuff are according to media laws and to and this area. And with the media laws, we have our separate meaning. The media industry, they forgot how to make business in the internet, and they didn't come up so far today to really change their business models, or many of them. But it's getting better, it's getting improved now, and they make more revenue, but still the laws as they still exist are to a different business model from the ages. So, and this is also why those distributed content from the media industry may carry with it vulnerabilities and making the system unsecure.
Thank you very much. I actually agree with Yon Chan Choi. I agree with him that fake news are influencing cybersecurity debate, and I see it in Europe. I don't know about other regions, but as much as we want at Eurodig on the European level to treat them separately, they just weasel their way, here and there, because they are related finally to the intermediary liabilities and content regulation. And I will pass the floor to Nata and to Adrian about their national initiatives and their takeout on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Yes, cyber security is influenced by fake news. But in our Georgian case, it is not the direct responsibility of cybersecurity authorities. Because, like in German case, ISPs can take down the content if it is illegal said by judge, if we have a court order for that and not based on somebody's perception and not based on the monitoring of the system. So monitoring and preventive monitoring of network is not responsibility, and it's not a good practice that is encouraged in Georgia. Considering our geopolitical situation, fake news and propaganda played a big role in political decision-making process. And for that, our ministries have Stratcom divisions, strategic communication divisions, and fake news and how to have state response to fake news is adhered by those divisions. I mean, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Justice, and what they are doing, their response is giving the proper information to public, and not censorship, not taking down the content, but giving the proper and valuable and right information to the information society. This is the current process, and we are looking at fake news as the part of the hybrid warfare. This is right now.
Can I ask the question? So if you use the word warfare, are you relating it to cyber attacks or to war or to both? Because I know that this word came actually from the cybersecurity debate, and now it is just moving more to illegal content than to security. So do you think that they should stay separated, or it's just natural process, or?
It's very difficult to just combine cyber in every kind of conflict, but we are having these words together when we have armed conflict, and together with armed conflict we have like fake information sharing situations. And this was what happened in Ukraine and what is happening in Georgia right now. Then together with the kinetic attacks, we have propaganda, and this is hybrid in all terms together.
Thank you very much. Adrian, what can you say about all these discussions from your national perspective? Thank you.
I see some similarities between the fake news debate and the cybersecurity debate in that regard, that it is all transmitted data, and with fake news it becomes content, so people see it and they get upset about it. So they call for someone needs to do something about it. And therefrom comes the discussion about responsibility or even liability of intermediaries. In the cybersecurity realm, you don't necessarily see the malicious data or the data that does harm in some way. So therefore, the intermediaries, they are able to see several things, and I'd like to call upon the intermediaries to take reasonable steps to identify and mitigate cybersecurity issues like botnets or phishing, because if they wait until you have the court order, the attack is already through, or the virus has spread even further. So therefore, we believe that the intermediaries have a vital role to play in securing the whole ecosystem. That being said, it is not up to the intermediaries alone. So everyone, all the users and also regulators, everyone needs to work together to secure the internet ecosystem.
Okay, thanks for your opinion. But I believe they don't need some court decision, because we can divide how fake news disseminate all over the world. First of all, who provide it, who produce it, and then who disseminate it, and third, who keep saying this. The third one is the ISP, maybe. But when it comes to producer, we can, according to the MIT research project, the producer of the fake news currently is much more human than bot. But if it is the human, we cannot find it because they are anonymous. But when it comes to social bot, someone who can find this, who is the intermediary. For example, Facebook. Facebook definitely find who is tapped to the board, to the platform, and then how they manipulate it, and then and also Twitter also find who is using the bot connected to their platform. That's why I'm asking. When it comes to the production of fake news, we can find the anonymous people, but the ISP intermediaries can find who is using the bot to the platform. Okay.
So am I right, head of the moderator, am I right that what you're saying is that it is not about content monitoring, it's about ISP's responsibility to help with the identification of who is behind this, but not what is wrong and what is right. Okay, this is a very important clarification, because I also see here the intersection with the cybersecurity, because if you are using automation tools, you can use them for attacks, you can use them, and yeah.
That's why intermediaries do not need to judge the what the contents is. Okay, they just find out who is the manipulator over much more over volume, and then they detect it and just struck down. Not the need of cut order.
Thank you very much for the clarification, because I believe it is important in the realm of national debate. And we have only 10 minutes left. And are there any questions from you before I will ask the speakers to wrap it up? So, seeing no hands, I would like to ask the general question. How do you think, just name me one challenge your regional or national initiative would see in the next year for cybersecurity on your national debate? And secondly, how do you see your national initiative contributing to the cybersecurity on the national level? Do you contribute, or do you just discuss? So, two questions. Challenge and your contribution. And I will start with Korean IGF, and we go this way.
In their own country, not me. Okay, I just try to suggest the floor to raise a hand to question about what's the critical problem of cybersecurity in your own country. That's big.
Okay, let's do this.
Is there any floor? Okay. You please identify your country and name, please.
Yeah, I'm from Colombia. My name is Alvaro, and well, I think one major issue about fake news, especially in my country, is that they are displayed as if they were true. So these people that make fake news, they try to make the image of the information similar to one of a newspaper's web platform. So I think there's an issue about how these fake news are being displayed. So I think a good initiative would be to difference, or to teach people how to difference between how does an authentic news is, and not that it is true just because it looks like it is true.
Thank you. I'm Moses Hoboy from South Africa. I just wanted to find out, how do you mitigate fake news from spreading? I would also like to link it to the current U.S. elections, where wrong information basically was given to voters, and they went to wrong polling stations during the elections. How do you mitigate that?
So, one caveat here. It is the session on the national and regional cybersecurity initiatives. Unfortunately, we do not have anyone from the US here, first of all. And secondly, I do believe that my takeout from the discussion we had is that while fake news in the realm of cybersecurity can be fought with some of the tools that are used to fight automation, for example, or identify who is behind the attack or behind the news. It is more of a social problem that has to be tackled with different tools. And so going to particular case, I believe that for this panel it would be a bit more going to the weeds and a bit more politicized that we would like to see this panel. We are messengers. Yes, please.
I don't know. You here? Okay. I'm Nebojša Rego. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm a member of MAG. Speaking about cybersecurity, I would just mention one recent example. Our web page for IGF 2018 is now under attack, and we have no access to it. And it's for quite a while inaccessible to us, and we have no information. And even though it's, I mean, the design and all this interactive program, it's really very good in concept, but we have no use of it.
So we have all these people in the room just because they got lost and came here just by chance because the browser website is not. No, I'm just
since
joking.
this morning,
I'm sorry,
you know, it was. I think it's quite an irony that on IGF forum and talking about cybersecurity, we have such a serious failure. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one intervention from here.
Hi, I'm Ana Ivy from Mexico. I'm also an ISOC ambassador, an ISOC ambassador program. Since last year, we were working in the implementation of our national cybersecurity strategy. I'm academic, but working with the government. We have this multi-stakeholder approach from the cybersecurity strategy. I want to know, how are you sharing information, strategic information about critical infrastructure, cyber attacks or incidents, and how the ISP can share information too with government? Because sometimes the private sector don't want to share because they have these reputational problems, or maybe even the government don't want to share information. So if you can share with us your experience in this case.
Thank you very much. And as we have 5 minutes left, each speaker has 1 minute, and this probably would be the last question. So whatever you want to say, you say. Nata, starting with you.
From a Georgian case, we have for that computer emergency response team, who is a very trusted partner for the private sector, and we have non-disclosure agreements sometimes that we provide data to other agencies without telling that this bank is attacked, but general about what kind of attack is that, and provide general information with the tips to that sector as well as to the others. So CERT in our case is a trusted partner for private sector.
It's very similar in Switzerland. We also have the governmental entity that works as a facilitator for the information sharing amongst the operators of critical infrastructure. We do this in the form of a public-private partnership, and nothing is mandatory in that realm. So everyone, we needed to build trust over the years so that private entities share information with us and amongst themselves. And also we try to provide them with the threat landscape so that they know what to expect in the future.
We also have a governmental entity. It was responsible in former times for the governmental infrastructure only, and now it expands together with industry and all the other stakeholders to deal with these issues. And we also have a law where companies have to report within a given time any incidents to those. Some of them try to circumvent, but I think it's only a question of time, because it can hit everyone, as we see on the example of the web page here.
In case of South Korea, the government to acquire many of the loophole or some cyber attack information from the gray market and distribute it to the industry. But there's not much case in the other way around, because industry is much more reluctant. Because why? They sometimes they can reveal their top secret or some business secret something, know-how, that's why they will only link to do this. But I'm not from the United States, but the U.S. passed the law about Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act. There's two important features in there. The first thing is that they have some non-disclosure policy, and even though they know each other, but they do not identify who acquired this, who has been attacked by this. And second thing is that even though they release the information about the cyber attack, they free from the law liability. That means even though they share the information, nobody can sue them. That's a big question and very big advancement. And then tomorrow we have a fake news session at NRI. Okay, please come here again. I'm a moderator. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, and we are just in time to finish. I'm sorry, I saw the hand over there, but we have to free the room. So could you please give a big applause to our impromptu speakers and to our invited speakers. Thank you all so very much for making this session interesting and full of content. Thank you.
Testing.
I heard feedback.
So you guys are just going to talk longer, and then you guys are going to talk longer, and we're going to get input from the audience. Okay. Okay.
Well, at least you get an audience.
Okay. Time.
Yeah, I called all my friends.
Anyway. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Welcome to the session on algorithmic transparency and the right to explanation. We had planned a breakout groups session. I don't know how the audience feels about breakout groups, but I'm thinking rather that we're going to do a session in which we get input from the audience. Could we have a vote on that? Should we break out, or are we just going to spend half of the session getting input from the audience? So break out, hands up.
Explanation for that?
Yeah, break out. So you break out into groups and you discuss and you come back. Second option is we just get more audience participation in the event. So who's voting for breakout? And for audience participation? Okay, so I think it's a consensus. We're looking forward to what you have to say. AI is a 62-year-old phenomenon. It's big now in the hype cycle, and everybody's looking at it. The reason is probably the ecosystem with Internet of Things and big data is there, and it's converging in a way that it makes money. AI is also very readily accessible for anyone to use. You can use machine learning on Amazon Web Services, on Google Cloud, locally on your computer. And the conceptualization of artificial intelligence, I think, is something that is quite important to unpack it. Because we see artificial intelligence in terms of stereotypes, in terms of movies, and we often see the extreme version of artificial intelligence, which are machines that can supposedly think like humans. A lot of what is referred to as artificial intelligence now is statistics and machines learning things, but not machines thinking independently. So I think science fiction has given us problems with conceptualization, and that's what I want to gather from the audience is how do we unpack AI, and how do we make AI understandable and systems explainable. So the GDPR dictates that if you have your personal information subject to automated decision making without consent, that's not allowed. So there has to be a human there, and you have to be able to explain it. And the GDPR talks about a right to explanation. It doesn't say it in the terms of a right to explanation. But a right to explanation would mean that we can understand why a system has made a decision. And there's a term, algorithmic transparency, and that is to understand why the algorithms have made a decision and to make them transparent. So we're going to discuss if that's possible today. My name is Alex Komnenis. I'm an independent researcher. We have Imane Bello. She is a lecturer at Sciences Po, specializing in human rights and artificial intelligence. Karen Riley she's worked quite a while on digital rights, and she now works with startups, working on digital security and managing people and code and projects. And then we have Deborah Brown from the Association for Progressive Communications, and the audience. Okay, if I can move over to Imane.
Yeah, of course. All right, so can you all hear me? All right, good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm going to quickly do an introduction on the concept of algorithmic bias, which is obviously linked to algorithmic systems. So algorithmic systems are computational and predictive technologies that are to be found within the umbrella term that is AI. So that means that automating decision-making processes used by computer programs are used to identify patterns that then can be useful for decision-making. So ML, machine learning systems, they process large amount of historical training data and learn from these examples to detect patterns that can then be used as decision-making processes. But if the historical training data is incomplete, or if it's not representative of a certain specified population, then sometimes biases can swell quickly and inexplicably across different AI systems, which can then further entrench discriminatory outcomes in other people's life. So you would have a reproduction of culturally ingrained biases. What I really want to leave you guys with is the fact that algorithm systems are intrinsically situated in the social context where they are deployed and developed. So that means that, first of all, they're not magical. They don't predict the future. They just take the old and tell us something about the present. And that's where the provisions of the GDPR come into play. They have to be understood as safeguards for our rights, for human rights. So the human rights that are here at hand would be equality and non-discrimination, right to information, etc. So as Alex said, you find in the GDPR several articles. There would first be article number 15, which is right to access, and then article 22, which sets out a general prohibition of solely automated decision-making processes, except when you find yourself in different exceptions. And those exceptions are what are of interest to us today. This was my quick introduction. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. I can go deeper into why we have issues with historical training data systems, what it actually means in technical terms, and why it's important. If not, then I'll just leave the floor to my other colleague.
So among the things that I've done in technology, I've managed bare metal infrastructure and developer teams. And so at the core of my anxiety on this subject is the issue of AI and its application as a social problem. But I'm not here to talk about the divide between developers and sociologists. That is an issue where technologists in general don't respect the social sciences. They believe in moving fast and breaking things and thinking about the consequences later. A lot of these teams are not diverse. They don't represent the people that they're having an impact on, and that is a problem with all technologies. But when it comes to algorithmic transparency, speaking from the infrastructure perspective and the technology planning perspective, the things that keep me up at night are technologies that are not planned. What do we want to see in the world as a result of this code? And then where are these data stored? Are they documented? Because if you move fast and break things and just experiment and just have machine learning churn through data sets, and if you're surprised at what happens at the end of it, and you don't document where you got there, then how can you explain it in the end? And so a lot of the solutions to issues of transparency, of application of the GDPR, are really boring things like end user needs assessments, documenting your code, knowing where things are in the infrastructure. And I've seen things you wouldn't believe, 10-year-old servers with critical data that it's hard to migrate things off of, getting somebody to a mechanical worker to repair a fan because they don't manufacture them anymore. And then you put this massive human rights problem in the middle of that, and I weep for what can become of this. And so documenting your code, knowing where things are, that's things that I don't hear in this. And I'd be happy to expand on this and tell more horror stories, but again, it's a boring subject.
Apologies for the delay. I had to run from the other session. Yes, since I wasn't here before, what was the question? Introduce.
About how you understand algorithmic transparency or AI.
Okay.
General is good because this is an area that I think is problematic in centralization. So speak to anything. You were originally limited to 2 minutes, but take some more if you need.
Hello, good day, everyone. My name is Lorena Jaume. I'm from Spain, based in Berlin. I founded an NGO called Algorithm Watch. Now I found a new NGO called the Ethical Tech Society. And when I look at these technologies, I look at the human uptake of technology. Right now, when we talk about algorithms, when we talk about any type of automatization process, we are very much concentrated on the mathematical relevance of the system. We look at statistical bias, we look at mathematical problems in the formulation, and that's the first step, in my opinion, because it always becomes, all those mathematical relevant problems and biases that we know from many, many years of research doing statistics and all this stuff, they become relative when it comes to how humans interact with the technology. So just to put an example, when you probably have heard about Compass. Compass was this software that was used by many judges in specific states in the US to make decisions about whether people should be granted parole or not. So that software would create a sort of risk calculation about those citizens wanting to be granted freedom on parole by looking at the risk of them becoming performing any type of criminal activity afterwards. And it was it was problematized by ProPublica. And then a huge discussion started, and the whole discussion was about the mathematical and statistical bias in the software. And this is an important conversation. It's really important, and it's a first step, in my opinion. And the second step would be to understand how are judges using that software, under which circumstances are judges making a different decision to what is being suggested by the algorithm. Because in the very end, it boils down to the fact that we are dealing with a software that is not deciding, but is assisting judges to make a decision. And to understand how this technology, that is, by the way, human-created, is interacting with human beings, and to which extent there is a path dependency, and there's a high granting of authority to the software, and under which circumstances quite the opposite is the case. It's important to understand where the factors of technology are out there that manipulate people, and which other factors are people using to use this technology in both legitimate and not legitimate ways. And by the way, the interesting thing by this Compass software is there's a lot of research being done by a female scientist in Princeton, and she was olympically ignored during this whole conversation about the ProPublica argument about the statistical bias of Compass. And the interesting thing that she did was analyzing under which circumstances judges would not follow the suggestions made by the software. And in many cases, it came out that judges wouldn't trust the software if the suggestions made wouldn't fit with their own stereotypes. So sometimes it's also interesting to understand that technology is a sort of excuse to not have to explain ourselves, to not have to hide our own biases. So this ambivalence, this is some of the things that I look at.
sure if this is... Perfect. Thank you. So we've had a really rich, I think, first set of interventions from the panelists. Since we're not going along with the original plan to do breakout sessions, I wanted to pause here and see if there are any questions or interventions from the floor. Hopefully, if you have an intervention, add a question for the panelists. And we can do a first round of questions now and then come back to the panelists for another round. I see 1, 2, 3. I see 3 questions so far, so if we can go from the front to the back with the first 3 questions, and please introduce yourself first.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emanuela. I'm from Brazil, and I'm an ISOC fellow. And what would I like to ask is about the Compass software, because I think the decision about this software went to a high court in the US, and the conflict was about intellectual property, because they couldn't reveal the black box because of this. So I would like a comment on what do you guys think that could solve this problem, because you have like a private enterprise doing something that is public, and that should be public, and you don't know what are you being judged for, even if it's only recommendatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Nardina Limmer, PhD student at the University of Canberra and ISOC fellow. So my question is really related. It's just that as a social scientist, I see that we make the assumption, not we, some social scientists make the assumption that the technology has an impact on making people more polarized or less polarized. In either direction, this is a very problematic assumption. But the question is, if we were to inspect the relationship between the makers of the technology and people's use, how exactly can we untie all these relationships? Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll take one more before going back to the panel. I think it's in the gentleman in the 4th row. Yes. Sorry, I can't see very well. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, Tiago from Brazil, currently studying in the Netherlands, law and technology master. It's also a very similar question, is about this matter of legitimacy of this decision-make process, because usually I think that the idea of providing information, it helps to build this legitimacy so a court can rely on that. But at the same time, we are having these algorithms that work in a machine learning process that after some time, even the developer doesn't understand anymore how the machine makes the solution. So how can this information that should be provided make it clear for the justicer to understand and trust on that information that's being provided? I think this is a big challenge in this legitimacy process.
Thank you. I don't think any question was directed towards any specific panelists, so please feel free to respond to whichever ones you'd like to. There was questions around intellectual property and the public-private sector dimension, one around inspecting the relationships between actors in the systems, and the third around legitimacy of decision-making processes and ensuring trust and transparency there.
The question about the cycle between the sociology and the technology. I was in a train. I was reading a German business magazine, and there was an executive from a big company saying, "Oh, AI for hiring is going to be great because there's no bias." And no. And recently, Amazon scrapped their hiring AI because it showed a preference for white guys. So if your company has hired majority white, cisgender, heterosexual men, and you put machine learning on top of that and say, okay, of the people that we hired, look at their resumes, the people that we hired, that's the definition of success, then you're going to get a machine that preferences people who are already privileged. And then those people are going to make the technology that goes into other systems for hiring, and then you're going to have a system built for discrimination. And so that's already a problem in tech, where as a tech manager, I used to say I'm a chief feelings officer because I was doing very highly technical work, but the difference between responding successfully to a distributed denial of service attack or making sure the hard drives got replaced in the data center was asking people, have you had coffee this morning? How's your blood sugar? Is the ambient noise level here? Do you feel valued in your work? And I used to talk to other tech managers and said, what? Feelings? No, ugh. I work in computers. And so you have this already bias of tech makers. They don't want to deal with social stuff. In many cases, there's an element of programmer supremacy where they believe that programming is the highest endeavor that humans can achieve. And all these humanities people were just the ones who were slacking off and couldn't code. Lots of humanities people actually do code. And humans are a lot more complicated. If you want to talk about buggy firmware and weird software and legacy code, we're talking about tens of thousands of years of legacy code. Computers are easy. Humans are hard. So AI is not the solution yet. It can address a lot of issues, but unless we have a diverse set, a multidisciplinary project, to ask ourselves, what do we actually want to build? What kind of teams do we want to see before we apply this? It's just going to be new technology reinforcing age-old systems of oppression.
Compass. Yes, it was a question of company secrets, trade secrets, and this is one of the things that we've seen in many other cases. It's even a more relevant one, which is about probabilistic phenotyping. When you do a DNS, when crime courts ask specific laboratories to do a DNA test just to check whether a specific person was in the scene in the site of crime, and so on. What they do is that they run a specific software that they haven't programmed themselves, but they have bought that software. And there's been the case that shows how complex those systems are, where the software was buggy, but the algorithm was fine. So at the very beginning, everyone was checking on the algorithm, and everything was fine. The mathematical formula behind that sort of calculation was being explained, and it was clear that was the correct mathematical formula that is used by everyone. And it took many, many years of fighting from the scientific community to just bring the company selling this type of software into court to make clear that code is not the algorithm, that there is a distinction between the mathematical formula and then the translation from code from the mathematical formula into code, that there's a step behind it. There are two different types of profiles behind those two different things, coding and creating algorithms. And the problems that we have there when we say it's a trade secret are precisely because of that, very problematic, very crucial. When we talk about evaluating this type of systems, we need some sort of oversight that is able to look both in the mathematical formula and understand it, but also in the code and understanding. In the same way that Coca-Cola is being oversight, even though the formula is not being made public. So it's really difficult to understand that argumentation that because of being a trade secret, not being scrutable. And this is a trend that it's starting to break, because we see that more and more governments are talking precisely about this type of issues. Not mainly because they want to foster more openness, but in many, many cases because they are themselves applying this type of methodologies and technologies within their own services. And this is becoming a challenge for many of them. Overall, though, I would be cautious thinking that just by scrutinizing the algorithm and scrutinizing the software, you're fine. This type of technology is very complex, and you're going to need a more holistic approach to understand where the problems are. And it does not start with the code and ends with the data. Sometimes you're going to need to look at the management processes and how data is inputted and how the output is being interpreted to really understand where the problems are. I've been evaluating software where, we've been evaluating with my former NGO. We had a campaign where we tried to make a partial auditing of the biggest credit scoring company in Germany. And one of the things that came out very quickly is that the data might be right, the algorithm might be right, but the problem might lie in the fact that specific bank companies are inputting the data very wrongly, not because it's just a false equality of the data, but just because the process that is being specified of how to transmit information from one point to the other is just a bad defined process. Just to put an example with that credit scoring company, in the year 2000, we had, because of the commercialization of the internet, a new profile as a human being. And that profile was called the smart user. The smart user would compare things. Before, it was very complicated because they would have to go to different places because they didn't have internet and compare prices. But that was obsolete with the internet, and that had a real impact back to reality. So when they were asking for credits, they would go to different banks and ask for different conditions. But this type of profile wasn't conceived. What usually happened in the bank companies was that they will ask to the scoring company, they will demand the score for the person just to understand what type of conditions can I give to this person in front of me, demanding for a credit. And then they would decide whether they offer a specific credit or not. And technically what this meant in the year 2000s is that the credit scoring companies would just become just one request, person asking for a credit, and they wouldn't differ between requests for credit and credit considered, credit given. So in the very end, what happened is that the smart user would go to 2 to 3 different banks, and at the very end of the day, his score will be very down below just because there was no specification of that part of the process. So you see, that's an example of how there is an impact that is amplified by technology of bad defined process. And the problem is not technical, and it was solved very quickly.
Thank you very much for the example and going into depth of a case. And we want to flesh out from the audience cases in their countries, their sectors, their lives and where they work, where the explainability of, be it AI or automated systems, and the explainability of decisions made by computers. Where does it affect you, and what are the challenges and opportunities? Somebody put their hand up? Yes, and you can introduce yourself. Okay.
Just it, I think. Hello. One thing that I would like to listen from you guys is how can you use, like we're talking about bad things here, so maybe we could talk about the good things. How can we use, for instance, artificial intelligence to improve human rights? And I work on a research that there are a bunch of companies developing softwares to fight against human trafficking using AI. And that is great research, and I think this kind of stuff, we need to talk about it too, because then if you don't, AI becomes like a myth, a bad myth of robots that will conquer our life in a way or not. But I think it can do a lot of good. So I would like to hear from you guys. What do you guys think? And from the audience as well.
I could respond. Like a decade ago in Africa, there was a debate about leapfrogging. So mobile phones were leapfrogging, according to analysts, certain stages of development, and people could get online and suddenly access to information, and markets change. You could know what to bring to a market, you could know your produce. There was a lot of hype around it, and we've also seen the negative aspects of mobile phones, but AI has been around for 60 years, and huge computational power has been, so you would have to be at a university and book computing time at a big mainframe like 60 years ago. Now you can run AI on an edge device, on a Raspberry Pi, on a laptop, and relatively cheap or free with the Google's open source library TensorFlow. I won't say it's entirely Google, and other, and you can run it Amazon Web Services, Azure, so many places. So I think we kind of have leapfrogged access to computing, and I'd like to see computing power. I'd like to see how that turns out in the developing world. So that's my contribution. Perhaps Emane?
No, I just wanted to say, to go back to the questions that were asked before, that just like Lorena said, one of the things that we can use to go around this IP issue, that some algorithms cannot be, are not open to the eyes of the public, you got several things to go around that. So first, like Lorena said, we have the possibility to audit algorithms, even though that is not to be understood as a sufficient solution. It's a first step. And then we also have the possibility to enhance the demand for transparency when algorithmic systems are used by public actors. And that demand, I think, has been heard in the last couple of years, because you have governments that have issued reports on the algorithmic systems that they use. They have issued reports on in which fields they implement those algorithms, what kind of impacts they have on citizens. And so they are really trying to be transparent on this use of algorithms that they do. So you have auditing, and then you have just transparency demands that can be enhanced just to make sure that there are no negative side effects on AI, because like we said, it can be used for good, but we need to make sure that it doesn't structurally automate biases and discriminatory outcomes. So, yeah.
We have a question at the back.
Arthur, Strathmore University, and I'm also working IEEE on algorithms, the standards. One of the issues that I'm looking at is investigation of Chinese export of facial recognition technology for diversification of training data, especially in countries like Zimbabwe, Rwanda. I wanted to find out what's your view on China going to Africa to harvest data for diversifying training data for algorithms, number one, or is the answer for algorithms training in synthetic data, because that's another new thinking at the moment. And also, what's your view on the Google Dragonfly? Because I'm one of those people who think that I think it's a good thing for Google to go to China as a sort of like retaliation for what China is doing, because China is harvesting data all over Africa and from the global south. But why should Google not go to China to harvest Chinese data? Thank you.
There were a few other questions in the back, and one in the middle here on the side. So maybe if we can do another round and take a few questions at once. So in the back row, please.
Thanks. I actually have two questions, sorry. So one is, obviously, there's a convincing argument to be made that algorithms can perpetuate biases, right? But our alternative is obviously human decision-making, which has precisely those same kinds of biases, because we're perpetuating them. I'd love to know what your answer is to that conundrum, because I'm from the US, and obviously we see this in the context of bail and parole, where we have a real split in the criminal justice community, because some people think that we're going to get better outcomes in racial terms out of these algorithms than we would from the biased judge sitting down in Alabama. So I'd love to know what your answer is to that question. And the second one is, So picking up on this idea of being sort of holistic in terms of evaluating AI, I'd love to know about any good examples that you guys may have of how this is done at the back end. So in the sense of once you have the system functioning, what are the opportunities for actually analyzing who it affects and what the outcomes are, and whether that gives us a way to go back into it rather than just auditing code and all of those complicated things. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And just a reminder, if participants can please introduce themselves. And the next question on the wall, the little woman in pink, please.
Hi, I'm Iwana. I'm from the MLDI team from England. My question is about the cross-border nature of AI and the internet, because obviously there are already quite a lot of problems garnering transparency with algorithms. But my question is, how is that further complicated when we're dealing with this borderless internet, but obviously regionalized development of algorithms? And moreover, if there are any potential avenues you see to help provide solutions to this. I know somebody mentioned data storage centers earlier, and I'd really love to hear the panel's thoughts on that.
Okay, the person in the third row here in the front. That's you, sir.
Hi, I'm Nicholas. I'm from the University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany. I have a technical background. I do privacy and applications of AI to privacy. And I was wondering, there are different techniques. And I mean, AI is not only one algorithm and only one technique. I mean, you can have neural networks, you can have decision trees. And I would say that, for example, explaining how a decision tree works, it's way easier than a neural network. What are we tackling when we say we have to explain the algorithms? Are we tackling the complexity of explaining an algorithmic model, or explaining the code itself or what it does? Thank you.
Could I answer the last question? Okay. So I think it was John Searle in 1980 who talked about strong AI and weak AI. We also have this idea of artificial general intelligence. But yeah, a lot of AI is simple statistics and refining the statistics, and it relies on the quality of your data set, etc. So I don't like the term algorithmic transparency. I think it denotes some magic maths man or woman in a castle. I'm not good at maths, it scares me. And it can't just be the algorithm. I talk about systems transparency. And then you have a computer system sitting on a usually complex stack, and you even have people systems around it. So yeah, and I think Karen has mentioned this about good code and documentation and this sense. So yeah, I think unpacking is important, and I don't think it all comes back to the algorithms. If we just focus on the algorithms, someone can say, well, here's TensorFlow, those are the algorithms, there's your explanation. Whereas there's a whole stack that it lies on, usually closed source. So I'm a bit of a hippie, and I would like to see algorithmic transparency mean that everything has to be open source. I don't think that's going to happen, and yeah, if it was, it would be quality open source. So some type of middle ground.
I would like to jump into that, because when it comes, you're right. I mean, we need to look at this at more holistic and have a more holistic approach. And though when we talk about explainable, for instance, machine learning, we have like two different approaches when it comes to about explain what this is, what it's doing. And right now we have this a lot of science doing research on how to create explainable machine learning, and I don't like that, to be honest, because what we are creating with that, it's a plausibilization model of the first model that we're trying to explain. So that is not even an explanation of the first model, because if it would be, you could exchange the model. You just could transform the one model to the other. So it's not even an explanation, but we call it explainable in AI, and it's like a cool aid which we feel better at the end of the day. And it's, of course, a cheaper way to go with machine learning. But there is this very old-fashioned, almost forgotten way of approaching machine learning, which is interpretable machine learning, HUI. And what does that mean? That means that engineers need to put some features into the code. It's more complicated. It's, from the economical perspective, more expensive because you have to do more thinking. And it's not about playing bingo with input and output, trying to understand what do you need to change in the input to make the specific output happen. And there comes the example you were asking for, the back-end example. And this is precisely what happened in New York. And they were, New York decided they wanted to reform their electricity distribution system. And they asked the company to do that for them, and they started using explainable machine learning, and they could only better optimize the whole system for just 1%. It was a very expensive thing, and it only bettered the system for 1%. It's pretty bad, right? Why? Because they didn't know exactly what the input was really doing and what type of input they needed to change to make a specific output better. So because they were feeling very bad about this whole money paid by the taxpayers, they decided to start thinking something like go back to the roots and try to make an interpretable machine learning model. And this is exactly what they did. They put a lot of effort and a lot of the money they had gotten on engineers doing special features so that they were very conscious about what types of inputs they had and needed and understood exactly what type of input they need to change to optimize the system up to 60% more. And this is a good example of how you can do things. Now, I wouldn't say that everyone should now use interpretable machine learning in their technologies, because it's very it costs money, and not everyone has that money. And when it's not high stakes, I don't see a reason why you cannot just research and try and experiment. But when it comes to high stakes, when it comes to technology that is being applied in the public sector that has an immediate impact on the whole infrastructure of a society, then of course you need to have a better system that you really understand, that you can really scrutinize. And there is this situation right now where most companies that are, by the way, also selling services to the governments do not have the will, and perhaps do not only have the will, but do not have the resources to use interpretable machine learning. And this is a problem. That's not an economical problem. That's also an educational problem. And we need to be aware of that. And I would not say let's not use explainable machine learning. Let's only use non-black boxes technologies. But right now we need to decide, I think, in my opinion, what are the high stakes in society where we decide in those sectors we need a better understanding and a better accountability of the systems, and where are the sectors where it's fine to have competing models with different ideas, where we might leave them to develop new technologies, to develop original ideas, and if some problems arise, they're usually easy to solve or to identify because they are not high stakes. It's about the toaster. It's about things that are fine to experiment with.
Thank you, and we're having a little bit of back and forth trying to get...
We have a remote speaker. It's a funny story about systems, but we can't get on the IGF website to get the link. The WebEx works, IGF doesn't. Got the link. Yeah, so I'm going to explain how this worked out. Joy, can you hear us? Okay. From the audience, until we get Joy, I wanted examples from your home countries or sectors, etc.
My name is Anne Leslie. I'm Irish living in France. I work for a private sector company called Pixio in the area of personal data. It's a question, open question to the panel in terms of incentives. There's somebody sort of famous in the financial services sector who says, you show me the incentive, you show me the outcome. A lot of what I'm seeing is related to doing more of the same, faster and cheaper. And we can't say the world is in great shape at the moment. So doing more of the same, faster and cheaper, is it really what we need? Left to its own devices, the private sector typically does that. It's short-term profit maximization. Are you seeing anything that is bigger than that, that it's a bigger vision, which is driving that forward, perhaps rehabilitating the role of the public sector, trying to go further than just those short-term objectives?
Well, I think it goes back to the question that was asked before about AI for social good, and that is more than a trend that has been there for maybe 10 to 15 years. So I reckon there are two different parallel dynamics that are going on, which is the one that you just described, and then the other one, which is really trying to applicate the AI umbrella, different techniques towards social goods and towards the SDGs, for instance. So those are two different parallel dynamics, I would say.
Sorry, we had some feedback from the mic. Come in, yeah. I think there are unanswered questions, so the panelists want to answer anything. Do this now.
So the question about discrimination, that humans will discriminate against people. We see this in the tech sector. The fact that every graduate from Howard University in the States in the computer science program, which I urge you to look at the website, they're doing amazing research. The faculty are amazing. The fact that Silicon Valley has very few people of color, very few black people working there, is a disgrace. And that's not a problem of AI. That's because people are discriminating in hiring. It's not only just overt racism, it's unconscious bias. And so some good applications of AI could be maybe going through reviews and looking for words like abrasive and aggressive applied to people who aren't white dudes, who aren't white women as well. There's a great saying in disability activists, nothing about us without us. And that has to be the thing going forward. Yeah, I should not be speaking on this topic. You know, in terms of the justice system, you know, prison abolitionists, there are activists who are doing amazing work already. And if you're a white prosecutor, maybe discussions with those activists will make you feel uncomfortable. Maybe talking about white supremacy and white fragility in reactions to discussions about racism, some people are going to be uncomfortable in those conversations. And those conversations need to happen, whether you're talking about machine learning or the way systemic racism works. This is a social problem. And we can see trends and maybe call for accountability, looking at the facts. Look, you use this word abrasive or aggressive. You only use that for people who don't look like you. That is a trend. Look, there's empirical data. But the solution to that is not going to be online. When it comes to gender discrimination in tech, Google employees walked out over their handling of harassment and horrible, horrible things, including gender-based violence. No AI can do things like that. So incentives, I would hope that we find incentives, but part of this is going to have to be punitive as well. It's going to have to be tech workers organizing. It's going to have to be people, if you honestly want to solve some of these problems, you're going to have to talk to activists who will make you uncomfortable. And people who don't look like me, basically.
Of algorithms important. How transparent is human decision making important, like now in the institutions that we know? So can you do that? Okay. So, like, we sitting with institutions in many parts of the world, or institutions, society that aren't transparent. And so should we make the standards for algorithms the same as for human decision making? And can we justify a higher transparency for algorithmic tools than we do for humans? And she agrees with me that the transparency offers little insight to most humans, and AI should maybe take the form of human practical reasoning, and a lot of our understanding of giving AI ethics is thinking that, like, computers can one day emulate the brain. So yeah, Joy Liddicoat, a researcher from the University of Otago, has left some questions which I'll share on Twitter afterwards. We have 5 minutes left in the panel. We have somebody from the audience who has, yes?
Sorry, there. I'm Maria Paz Canales, Executive Director of Derechos Digitales, a Latin American civil society organization. I think we have heard a lot in the conversation now and from the different panelists about the idea that we definitely need more transparency in any kind of form that have been described either in the algorithm or in the process as a whole. So my question to the panel regarding the issues that also are really the most relevant right now in Latin America, it's about how we kind of find a way to move this conversation to the mainstream, in a sense, more political for the society at large, in the sense that we, as before, we have, related to the last intervention, we have procedures to assess the transparency of human processes, and for that we have the democratic processes of society in general. How we can move that type of conversation to this field of algorithm or automatic decision-making, be part of this conversation of how we insert the concept of multi-stakeholder approach, the concept of democratic participation in the building of the method of auditing, or in the defining of what we want precisely audit. What are the ideas that you, from your different fields of experience, can provide regarding that more methodology approach to move to some of the, at least, procedural solution to confront this issue? And we precisely will be launching in a report that we do about Latin American digital rights every year, Latin America in a Glimpse, a short document, a short paper that delves a little bit in this idea of how we start to have that conversation in Latin America, because this is urgent, related to the massive use of governments are implementing of different type of artificial intelligence or algorithm decision-making technology in the provision of services, and with the purpose to achieve more inclusion. But we wonder how this also should be a political conversation. So that's my question.
I'm just going to jump in really quickly to answer your questions with some elements. In my sense, I think the first steps needs to be a literacy common effort on machine learning systems. We need all to be aware of what AI actually is, and then we need to deconstruct the myths that we have touched upon during the panel. So whenever you read a newspaper article, for instance, that would go as, you know, you have a title that would go as, "This algorithm showed bias against women." Well, it's partly true, but algorithms, they don't have agency, for instance, so they don't have an agenda. It's the people that develop them and deploy them and apply them then that have an agenda. So, but I'm not sure the public knows it all, and they are being nourished with some perspectives on AI and some fears and concerns and worries around the systems that are unclear and opaque. So I think that the first step, if we wish for that conversation to be public and democratic, needs to be about enhancing the education and the literacy about those systems, so that we are all on the same page and can really, you know, discuss within a multi-stakeholder and cross-disciplinary session, sort of.
Joy, can we hear you? Okay. How are we for time? Okay, 5 minutes. Yes?
Hello, I'm Chinmay. I'm sorry I missed the train. But it's nice to be able to participate in this conversation a little bit. I'm a little concerned about the idea that we're thinking of AI as mirroring human intelligence, and therefore as something that we might consider opaque. Karen, I think that what you said earlier, you discussed the bias of the human mind. And I think with AI, what's likely to happen is that we'll see it at scale. If you look at the world around us, what we're all using in a granular way around the world is really technology developed in the US, right? We're all subject to what Facebook and WhatsApp come up with. And the accountability for these systems it's really only in the US. So Cambridge Analytica may have happened all over the world, but Mark Zuckerberg only answered to one country's government about why it took place. I think it's important to think about AI from that point of view, and to think about what it means concretely for the lives of people. And so for me, I'm curious about what you think. I was thinking that transparency actually will have to be a question that we consider, bearing in mind what we're going to do with that information, who is going to hold the companies accountable, right? So you might disclose a series of things about AI. It might be that people don't understand the technicality of it. One might break it down, might be that people are illiterate, and they are in many countries around the world. So the question is, what are the different stages that we can come up with in the context of transparency, and it's like transparency plus what?
Yes, you're right. I don't think that transparency is just the first step. And it's not an end in itself. It's not a value in itself. The Saudi government is very transparent about and very democratic about censorship. They have a website where everyone can join and say what should be censored next. So it needs more. And I think that we're at the very beginning of a broader conversation, and we started with transparency, and we will need to, we are right now trying to identify what we mean on the transparency, to whom and for what purposes. We're just in the middle of that. And at the other side, we're very much forward in the conversation when it comes to understanding what we want, what we consider fair, and what we consider unfair. And I think, just to come back to your point, the conversation already started. And I don't think that you need to understand technology to understand what is fair to you and what is not fair to you. And it should be all about that. Because when we go to the supermarket, we don't need to know about biochemistry to buy a yogurt. We don't need to know about engineers to enter a plane. So I think that it is morally fair to just demand from people what they can understand as a common ground, as a common knowledge, and there are things that go beyond that. So I don't think that the citizens can audit algorithms. They will never do. In the same way they cannot audit a yogurt, they cannot audit a car. And that's fine, because that's fair. It's way too complicated, and our lives, our everyday lives, are already too complicated. We have institutions for that. And we should try to transpond all these new technologies that, by the way, are in every sector. There is no single sector in society that is not going to be permeated by those technologies. And we already have oversight in every sector. So the question is, do they have the instruments to scrutinize this new technology being applied in their environment? Are they able? Do they need to reform the law? Do they need more people? Do they need specific new profiles in their institutions to evaluate from that perspective? But we should not forget, on the other side, that this is a technology that demands the most interdisciplinarity of all technologies ever before. Because this technology supplies specific sectors, and to understand and scrutinize that technology, you don't only need a mathematician, an institution, but you also need the person that is able to make sense of the output being given by the algorithm, and that is usually a person of the sector. It can be a psychologist, because this is a tool applied software being used by psychologists to make some sort of risks calculations. It can be a marketer that is using specific technology as a marketing professional in his company, or it can be a human resources psychologist that is using specific HR software. That is the person that will be able to tell you whether the output makes sense or not, and not the person in controlling, and not the data scientist that has been part of the programming but is not able to understand the context. So the conversation is already there. We don't need to understand the things, but what we need to discuss is what are the values in the light of these new technologies that are bringing problems that we had before, but are being now amplified by this technology. And one of the things that I think we need to have more and more in this conversation, where the Western can learn more about the South, is the question of the public good. Because this technology is very collectivistic. It does not understand individuals. It's a technology that sort of tries to manage collectives. And Western societies are very individualistic. The law of Western societies is very individualistic. And when we try to scrutinize this technology, we get into the scrutinization from a very individualistic perspective. We talk about human rights. Those are individual rights. But there's a lot of harm and an impact of this technology being caused at a collective level in such a way...
Lorena? Could I interrupt? Sorry.
I'm
At
sorry.
the end of the session,
very good.
I think Lorena pointed to a very important point. Like, as AI infiltrates or becomes part of literally everything we use, we have to build a workforce around AI, build capacity around AI, and build our people where. And I hope that you people in the session are part of that initiative. Thank you. Chinmayi was our other panelist from National Law University Delhi. She had, like many people, some travel problems. So yeah, we need to build a workforce in AI. We need to build capacity in AI. We need to build understanding of AI, and go to the AI sessions, go to all the AI events also on Thursday, and everybody's input is valued in a world of ubiquitous AI. Thank you.
hello, everyone. We're just going to wait 2 more minutes because we're still missing one panelist who's searching the room, which is not the easiest standard, but we'll get started in a sec.
Maybe I sit over there so that it's girl, boy, girl.
You want to sit here? She wants it girl, boy, girl, boy. Retweeted from Mozilla Berlin that I have power on. Well, if not, I mean, we can always start with the 3 of us and then Frank. But I'm not sure the message is coming through. Oh, it's not turning off.
Pas loin de la salle de pause, donc peut-être qu'on va faire ça.
Are you with the Wi-Fi? Are you connected with Wi-Fi?
I think so.
It was super slow earlier.
Right, it's super slow, yes.
Yeah. All right, hello everyone. We're gonna get started, and then Ephraim, as soon as he comes in, he's just gonna freestyle and join the conversation. Thank you for joining us. We're going to talk about the luxury to disconnect. It's basically a conversation around privacy and how to retain an element of choice in a world where technology is basically around us everywhere. So how can we still opt out, have a choice, and that's my thesis, and I've invited the panelists to challenge me on that assumption and to share personal stories. So it's going to be sort of a journey around the world. I do invite you from the floor to also, when you feel this is something you connect to, a story that you have for how you protect your privacy and what strategies and mechanisms you have in order to challenge maybe the cost of protecting your privacy, because we're going to talk about the economics of that and how expensive it might be these days to actually get better protection, both security and privacy-wise. Then do feel free to give me a sign and jump in. We are being joined today. Solana is actually stepping in very last minute. Solana Lassen is the editor of the Internet Health Report at Mozilla. She's stepping in for Julia Kloiber, who is a researcher on emerging tech and was unfortunately too sick to travel to Paris. So Solana, very last minute, kindly stepped in. She's an all-rounder. She's going to take a perspective on basically youth and children's education and how to look at it from a privacy and technological change point of view.
And then we have Shashank, who works for Software Freedom and Law Center in India. He's a Delhi-based lawyer who's been, and there's Ephraim, as I said, freestyling in, looking into privacy and data protection, who's going to share a lot from his work in India. There's, like, we've already started this conversation. We could fill it with this alone. We will try to have personal stories from all over the world. And Ephraim is not going to get the first word, but Ephraim works for Article 19 in Kenya, but work covers all of East Africa, and is also going to share some of his work on privacy and data protection from that angle. So with that, basically, I'm going to hand it over straight to Solana to kick us off with her personal story of how has it become a luxury to disconnect?
Well, I think for the purpose of this conversation, I thought I would start with the personal story of how I'm navigating the field of technology with my daughter. I'm a mother, and I have a 6-year-old daughter who's beginning to ask when she will get her cell phone. I'm sure that many of you here in the audience face the similar challenges, whether with your own children or nieces and nephews. And if you happen to be the part of your family that is the most aware of the internet, you get asked a lot about what should I do, how should I do this, what's too much, what's too little. And when I think about this question of the right to disconnect, I always worry about those parts of society that are most vulnerable in other contexts, not just in terms of the internet. We think about women, we think about the poor, and children. Children are vulnerable, whether online or offline. And increasingly, how much we choose to connect our children is something that determines how much they are at risk for different bad actors or different companies or different kinds of data sharing that we might not know the extent of the risk of until they are older. And so some of the studies that have been coming out recently on this topic, to me, closely resemble the ones that used to come out on access to television. People who are poor and maybe don't have access to as much education or resources, or can't have money to have a nanny or somebody to entertain their children, let their kids watch more TV than somebody from an affluent household who has other means to entertain the children. And you see similar dynamics coming up with who has most access to technology, at least in wealthy countries where technology is ubiquitous or where people have cell phones. Then often what we're finding is that in poor urban neighborhoods, the kids will be spending much more time with video games or cell phones than they might even in Silicon Valley households where parents work in technology. And so those kinds of reverse digital divides, I think, are an interesting example, one of many, of how this issue shows up in different societies.
Great. So basically what we're having is, outside of the geographical digital divide, we also have a poor and rich within societies of each country. Shashank, do you want to add your perspective to that?
Yes, firstly, thank you, Kathleen, for having me and Software Freedom Law Center on this panel. We're very privileged. I would like to start by, if any of you don't know about India's biometric, en masse biometric collection program, it's called the Aadhaar. So I will keep mentioning the Aadhaar project so that everyone knows what I'm talking about. So the Aadhaar project was initiated by India in 2009, where they plan to take biometric information and demographic information of each and every person living in India, which is fingerprints, iris scans, and demographic information, to provide them better services and targeted subsidies. My personal story starts, I would like to disclaim this, that I am a very privileged member of Indian society, but it even affected me. Back in 2017, the Indian government previously made it mandatory for tax filings to be linked to your Aadhaar. And back in 2017, when I was filing my taxation documents, up until then, I was avoiding linking my information to the Aadhaar project, but I had to because I didn't want to not file my taxes and default on my taxes. So that's one way of how I was coerced into getting into the Aadhaar project, and how it was linked with my tax documents. One another story I want to share is we're lawyers defending digital rights and free speech in India. one of our clients was recently denied a birth certificate for his child because they didn't own an Aadhaar. So this justifies at what level, and there is no regulation, no rule, no law mandating issuance of birth certificate based on Aadhaar. So we're challenging this. But this goes on to explain how the Indian government is using Aadhaar to penetrate each and every citizen's life. Quickly, recapping 2 years of the past 2 years in India, where we've had a large debate on privacy and after that Aadhaar. Back in last year, mid last year, we had the Supreme Court declared privacy as a fundamental right for all Indians, which was sort of say the pivotal point in the privacy debate in India. The Supreme Court said that privacy is a matter of dignity, integrity, and a basic human right, which was, which was much applauded by civil society organizations and the society back home. But a couple of months back, the same court legitimized the Aadhaar project as it was challenged constitutionally on the basis of privacy, saying that the government can make Aadhaar mandatory for giving access to services, benefits, and subsidies, and also legitimizing linking with taxation documents. So if you look at India, with most of the country being poor and relying on some sort of services or subsidies for the government, they are linked with Aadhaar mandatorily. Or you're filing tax documents, you are linked with Aadhaar mandatorily. So practically covering the entire population with Aadhaar. Having said this, the Indian government and the Indian judiciary especially does have a knack of going back on its own decisions. So we feel that in the coming years they will scrap Aadhaar, so to say. But what is important to also quote is the privacy judgment was a nine judge bench judgment of the Supreme Court, which is very high in our terms, and it had a very wide gamut. It affected LGBT rights. Subsequently, after the privacy judgment, the homosexuality was made legal in India. It was struck off as being illegal. It targets freedom of speech. It targets freedom of food, what you want to eat. So the privacy judgment has a very large ambit, and it's a very important judgment for all of us, and it just doesn't affect India but the globe largely, for using that to probably challenge Aadhaar, challenge subsequent methods of mass surveillance famous for. So yeah, let's stop there.
It's a very personal story, but it's also a very bleak one, because when we're talking about do we actually still have a choice and is there a way to opt out, I'm not sure that's the case in India, but we will talk about strategies later, because we try to identify things. Because what we want you to get out of this, which is also why you're invited to share your stories, is the power of us having the chance to change something, because sometimes we just need to be able to actually put ourselves in a mind frame where we can imagine it to get there. So we will try to get there afterwards. But now that Ephraim actually just told me he came straight from the airport, so now that you're totally acclimatized to the Parisian weather of rain, do you want to share your story also, please?
Thank you, Kathleen, for this conversation. And I'm sorry I'm late. Our flight delayed from Nairobi, but finally we made it here. So my personal story comes from around 2010, 2011, when in Kenya we just passed a new constitution, and the new constitution required new political parties to be registered. And for you to be registered as a member of a political party, for the party to be registered, it had to show that you had membership of citizens from all over the country, from every county, every ward, every constituency. So how did they do this? Some parties, for them to be registered, they had to get data from telco companies, mobile money. Some of you have heard about M-Pesa. This was a big fight that I used to have back then with Safaricom legal team, which finally they resolved. But back then, the M-Pesa books had your name, your number, your ID, your address, the amount you've withdrawn, just basically everything about that transaction. Beyond just that transaction, they didn't have a special code that later changed after a lot of pushback that we've been having since 2010 with them. So you found yourself registered for a political party which maybe you don't ascribe to the values just because you had registered with a telco to work on, to access mobile money. Mobile money is for every 20,000, actually there's around 20,000 ATMs in Kenya. Compare that with around 600,000 mobile money agents. So that tells you how big financial inclusion is linked to privacy and data protection. So this for me was a wake-up moment, 2010, 2011, that hey, we need to work on something around this. So started having pushback around privacy and data protection. That's personal awareness that hey, maybe your family, people close to you were registered in political parties and they're asking you, how do you go about it? You're the only person maybe who've studied law in that family or in that village or that community. So you need to, people are asking you, what should we do about it? So that was the personal story. And just copying a lot from India, from the penal code to a lot of things, Kenya, we always copy a lot of things from India to Aadhaar. In 2014, the government gave a contract to Safaricom, the biggest telco provider, which is a subsidiary of Vodafone, for those who know Vodafone UK. The contract was for them to link surveillance, to have street surveillance cameras across this, and to provide police with a communication network. So one of the pushbacks that we did back then, I was at Access Now, and before moving to Article 19, in partnership, we tried to make them try and ensure that the systems are secure and they don't use the same network as for the other common users. But then there's been that pushback back then as compared to right now. So it's just a journey. I'll give the journey. From 2014, there was a lot of pushback when you're talking about security and data protection and privacy. Back then, there was pushback, hey, this is a conversation that civil society or common people should not talk about. You should only be in government and talk about security and stuff like that. So that's the attitude in our part of the world, even if it's other parts of the world too. And later, 2015, 2014, around the same time, there was the Snowden leaks, if you remember, for those, the Snowden times. That's the time when this conversation started becoming more mainstream, the issue about surveillance and data protection and what the government and the citizens are doing. And at least we got more allies from 2010 to 2011. Back then, you were maybe a lone voice person or two people speaking about a specific issue. You started getting more allies and more people understanding what exactly you have been talking about since 2010. And around the same time, when the contract was given, 2014, there was an amendment to the laws of Kenya whereby the police were given, the law was called Security Laws Amendment Act, which was passed at night. For those who have seen that YouTube video, our MPs fought and even tore each other's clothes in Parliament, which was very, very funny. But it was very serious. We went to court with the Human Rights Commission and Article 19, and we won against that attempted amendment at that law, which made it made the police bypass judicial authority when surveilling citizens. Basically, any rank of any police officer would surveil you without going through court. While in previous instances, it would be a chief inspector and above. There's those ranks that people have different expertise, and you have to go through a judicial authority. So that was struck off as unconstitutional in 2014. And that conversation was silent for a while until later this year, early this year and late last year, when there was a cybersecurity law, cybersecurity law that was drafted, which we were part of the committee that advised, but then when it got to the parliament level, the parliament, at the last minute, the majority MPs changed the clauses and bypassed judicial authority again, similar to whatever we're having in 2014. So we are going back to the same fights that we're having in 2014, the same constitutional fights that we're having. So we are back in court for the Cybersecurity Law Amendment Act, and we will be presenting to the High Court of Kenya in December just about that law. So that's the personal story whereby for those who, most of us know the 13 principles, we try as much as possible the necessary and proportionate principles to be adhered to whenever laws are being drafted or policies. But in our part of the world, sometimes those are opportunities for people to be mischievous and to bypass judicial authority and to create unconstitutional challenges. Sorry, I have gone too legal, but that's the personal story. Yeah, thank you.
And I find that fascinating because you immediately went into strategies for how to actually fix the problem. So we have one actually power of judiciary, and I think you might be able to actually talk to that too at some point, because when we discussed that earlier, is the judiciary actually independent everywhere, and is that our go-to mechanism, or what else do we need to do? Before we go there, I have one question on the definition of privacy. I'm a German citizen, and I was actually born on the east side of Berlin, so for us, I mean, Germans have a reputation for being super fierce about their privacy, but we also remember what it's like to not have any. And even me, I was very young when the wall came down, but my family grew up in the system, so there's a trajectory of how you're being raised and why privacy is very important. So I always felt this need for privacy is that space where I'm allowed to think and to form my thoughts, and that's where, like, freedom of expression means nothing if I'm not actually free to retreat within myself to think. That's the cultural tradition in Germany of how I would define privacy and why for us it's a human right, but I would be very curious to hear how you reflect that back in your region and in your personal context. So, Shashank, do you want to start?
So, as I was mentioning before, with the privacy judgment last year, we don't have, so what the court did was, we have a constitutional provision which guarantees a right to life and liberty. What the court said is that privacy is an integral part to your life and liberty, and it said that it emanates from the dignity and integrity of an individual, the autonomy of an individual to make decisions, to be creative, to have free speech. So, as I was saying, that privacy judgment is gives a very large ambit to privacy itself. It guarantees bodily privacy, informational privacy, thought privacy. So what we see is that that's a very important definition of privacy back in India. And so, like to add something?
Well, I can say something about it. Not so much from the legal perspective, but I think in terms of perceptions, and especially perceptions related to internet, our perspectives yo-yo a little bit. I think that there were, moments in this trajectory of internet rights, internet politics, where we were more concerned with anonymity and privacy and encryption. And at the moment, I feel that there's something starting where people are more concerned about security and more knowledge and transparency about who they're talking to, more affirmation about where information comes from, in response to disinformation. And I feel like right now people are extremely confused about how much privacy they want and whether privacy is a good thing or a bad thing. We did a public call for proposals for the project that I work on, the Internet Health Report, where we were asking people what are they most concerned about. And every year you can see how people's perceptions shift, and it goes hand in hand, I think, with a lot of the media coverage on this topic. And this year we had so many people who were saying, members of the general public who were saying, I want email communication where I can be 100% sure who is sending me the email. I want people to be registered with fingerprints and biometrics so we can be absolutely sure who we're talking to. And that was one half of the responses that we got, and then the other half were, I want more encryption, I want more anonymity, I want more safety and freedom of movement on the internet. And so I think we're a little bit at odds about what privacy means, how we value privacy alongside with other things, and how we assess the risks, because frankly, the risks are so great that people don't know what to think or what to do. And that's in every part of the world. We want connectivity, we want people to be connected. It's desperately urgent that societies be connected and that we keep remembering and talking about the positive aspects of life with the internet and with online education and all the opportunities. But at the same time, we're also trying to find a balance and help decision makers navigate the space without falling into the trap of either overly surveying or overly censoring and limiting movement and freedom of thought and speech.
I want to quickly add something, since you also gave the general understanding of privacy, I gave the legal definition. What we see in India is, because how these internet services are designed to be free, a lot of people ask questions that, you know, this really benefits my life, why should I care about privacy? I'm sure they're large corporations, they'll take care of my data, I want to be able to use these services like Google Maps and you know, so on and so forth. So the general perception might be different on the ground. What I was trying to bring out is the legal definition, at least we have that now.
Okay, so the general perception versus the legal perception. Yes, so the general perception, generally, because of the laws being close to Somalia, that has been used as a justification to push a narrative that we need, every time you're getting into a building, you need to give all your details, to leave your ID, not just even for them to verify, but for you to leave your ID, photo ID downstairs in a building or at the entrance, and for you to do your business and for you to get it back once you get out, which is used to collect all the data and ask different questions. Where are you coming from? Who are you going to see? What floor are they? So the general people have gotten used to that kind of invasion. Like, people don't really question as much. Or for example, like the 2010 time when all your data was in the telco books. All the telcos, it was not just Safaricom, but all the telcos were part of this problem where the names were there and all the details, and that could be used to send you information or to just put you in certain databases that you're not. So the general perception, people are somewhat were okay until maybe last year. Last year is when people started questioning further. There's at the time we had elections last year. We had elections, and that time some political candidates sent you messages telling you, please come and vote in this specific polling station, please come on this date. Like, they knew exactly where you are and all that kind of very personal information. It's as if they'd triangulated all that. And that made people started questioning, what is this? And right now we are in the process of drafting a data protection law in Kenya. The version that has been drafted after the public consultation is good, but depends now what happens next when it gets to Parliament, because that's where sometimes things get messed up. That's the situation. So generally, we don't have a specific law that protects privacy, but the Constitution has a provision that says privacy should be respected, and there's two court judgments which are really, really interesting. For example, last year, the communications regulator requested all telecommunication companies to install a certain device, which they were calling a device management system, on their networks, which the purpose was, quote unquote, to tell if there are fake phones or inauthentic devices in the systems. But then the telcos reached out and said that this device had more capabilities beyond just that. It would be able to look into the text messages, it would be able to look into the calls and make all those logs. And at the same time, the Kenya Revenue Authority, which is the equivalent to the IRS in the US, tried or has been trying to have this narrative that we need to have all the call records for us to be able to get the actual taxation that is required. So taxation is also another argument, and some people would be okay with that, but then given the legal situation, it's only a constitutional provision. It's not. There is no specific law that protects privacy as an act, or a more comprehensive law. So that's what we are working on at the moment. But general perception, no.
So I'm hearing multiple strands, but basically there's this argument of convenience, like a lot of things run smoother through technology, and we do want everyone to be connected. And like with the Internet of Things, other emerging technologies, whether that's voice assistance or virtual reality or whatever other benefits there might be for accessibility and inclusion with new pushes, there's also this discrepancy between, are these private actors driving it, which might come with convenience and you can sort of pay for certain protections, or is it the public sector and do we still have a choice to opt out if they force us to be part of a certain system, whether that's Aadhaar or some of the Kenyan things that are coming up on financial services? And then if we can't actually exercise our rights as citizens unless we are connected, what does that mean for us pushing back? And I think you mentioned some of this as in you're challenging this in court because you still have a very strong judiciary, but maybe that's the time for you to also talk about how the judiciary works in India and how to go about that.
So though I'm talking about the privacy judgment, which was this pivotal moment, a couple of months back, the Supreme Court of India did legitimize Aadhaar use, and something it's comical what they said, that the Aadhaar project utilizes minimal data. I don't know how fingerprint, iris scan, and demographic information is minimal data. So what we're seeing is that citizens and civil society organizations, lawyers, they went to the court seeking justice based on privacy, which was already declared a fundamental right and a human right last year. But we see that the systematic non-recognition of actual privacy by the judiciary and the executive. And I would like to say that there is this sort of paternalistic attitude of the government in India about, how the government keeps saying data is the new oil. Well, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that you own everything? You own our data? And what we're seeing is that this paternalistic attitude is seeping into debates around technology, whether it's AI or data protection. We do have a draft data protection law, and it talks about, we call it data localization, which basically means that the government wants to keep certain data on servers only in India, and they have the prerogative to say what data this will be. And most civil society organizations have been up in arms saying that this is not fair for the open web and the open internet. But just trying to illustrate the point that where this paternalistic attitude is coming from through the Aadhaar project, the government also brought in a draft program of social media hub, which was basically monitoring of social media. So monitoring of everyone's activity, the entire country's activity on social media. It was quickly scrapped off when challenged in court. But so we've been seeing this paternalistic attitude. Another point which I want to mention about the luxury of disconnecting. It's not just on the software side of things. There has been information that a lot of manufacturers, Chinese manufacturers, have inserted some hardware, some surveillance mechanisms in their chips, in the hardware chips they use. And so coming back to the point that can we protect our privacy? So
Well, I think this kind of paternalistic attitude, if you wanted to call it that, I think you see elements of it in the commercial software industry as well, where they've created this expectation that absolutely everything you do at any time of day should be recorded and should be known by corporate actors who then have access to your data in order to make money. I try never to say data is the new oil, but it has become shorthand for what people understand as the commercialization of data. So that people have tracking devices to track what time of day they sleep and for how long and whether they dream. That children have software in schools that shows how quickly they learn and how well they do in math, and that data is also combined with data about what we purchase and who we're friends with and who we talk to and what our fantasies are if we use online dating software, those kinds of things. This expectation of being tracked and monitored all the time exists both in the corporate sector and in the government sector. And I think it's something that we should be pushing back against and creating spaces where we are disconnected. Whether it's that the gap years that some teenagers are able to take after they finish high school, maybe it needs to be a technological gap year where they're disconnected from the internet and email and all that comes with it. That would be like a social thing to try, but how do we as civil society and also as software engineers and government representatives, how do we create those spaces where you can really be offline when you choose to be. I don't think that we have that opportunity at the moment at all.
That was exactly my prompt for the next question. What do we actually do? Because that's perfectly right? The narratives are so powerful, so strong, and even if you look at, like, I just remembered the Side Lab in Toronto, the smart city concept. If you just read the way it's advertised, it's an amazing craft of storytelling, right? It sounds beautiful and quite utopian, but then the implementation has, for very good reasons, received quite a bit of pushback, right? So there's a question of how do you challenge these large apparatus of powerful storytelling that keep selling us these sci-fi visions of where to go, right? So, I mean, maybe one way, and that would be the angle that I'd be interested to hear what others have to say, but working on, in policy, it's a lot about narrative. So if I look at current sci-fi literature, it's all dystopian, it's all dark. It's like 1984, but 10 levels up, right? Anything on Black Mirror is really dark and bleak and, oh my gosh, those robot dogs already exist. It's really terrible, but like, why is that? Why do we not actually sell utopias? Why don't we imagine a future that's better and then try to backstep what do we actually need to do, because that makes it easier for us to define action, to say this, in order to get there to something that's more positive, this is what we need to do now. Like that's strategic foresight, how to get there. But imagining these utopias is a lot harder if our mechanisms are on top of your 20 days of vacation every year, you now have 10 days of vacation where you actually get to be offline. It's a strategy, but is that the only strategy we have? Ephraim, do you want to start?
Yes. For me, my part of the world has been, and I mentioned this partly in my previous intervention, the building of allies. Because sometimes you just need to make people care because maybe they don't have that nudge, because maybe they're not aware. Maybe you're the person around in your neighborhood who maybe is aware about some of these things. So that is the first step, especially in my part of the world, where even among lawyers, not everybody understands technology and the law specifically. Like, you are very few, you know each other, all of you, but you need more allies so that it's not just you yourself always going to court about those issues, or yourself only doing that. So the building of allies is for me the most important intervention. And not sometimes in some parts of the world where we work in, such as Uganda or Tanzania, for example, where I'm sure some of you might have read in the news, some of Committee to Protect Journalists were arrested, some allies. Some places like those, you don't have to really rely always only on the judiciary. You have to figure out other mechanisms, such as international pressure and stuff like that. So that kind of international solidarity is very also important to maybe also push some countries' norms whenever a country is proposing laws which are not really nice, for example. And I'll just give a shout out to David Kaye. David Kaye has been very supportive in our work. David Kaye, the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Information, he's been very supportive in our work. He's written to governments sometimes, urging them to pass laws in a way that respects human rights and respects individual rights. So building that international pressure, and for example, this week, David Kaye writing to the Tanzanian government, among other interventions, the African Union Special Rapporteur, those are some of the allies and the networks that have been very, very supportive to our work. And that has been our strategy beyond just going to court, because there are some places, as I've mentioned, we work in 14 countries in Eastern Africa. Some places the rule of law doesn't fully exist, or some places it's when it's being built, or some places some new communities are being formed, such as in Ethiopia under the new prime minister. So taking onto those networks and trying to build new allies and taking advantage of such opportunities, such as the current political transition happening in Ethiopia, for example.
So I do hear elements of what's your source of trust as an individual networks, ally networks that help us understand, because I feel like from what you're saying, it's also part of the problem that people don't know where to start, right? So who do you trust to identify what's a good way forward, sort of? Yeah, sure. Like, I'm still, like, you can raise your hand anytime you want to jump in. It's, I'm basically waiting for that.
I would love to hear if there are any reflections in the audience work that's similar. Or
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for, this has been a really great panel so far. I've just got, I think...
Would you mind briefly saying who
Sure.
you are and where you're from?
Sure, I'm Blaine Haggart. I'm from Brock University in Canada, right down the road from Sidewalk Labs, or from Waterfront Toronto, I guess. And my question is kind of, has to do a little bit with that. It has, and I was interested to hear the gentleman talking about India and data localization, because as being kind of being hugely controversial, because especially around the Sidewalk Labs Waterfront Toronto project, data localization has been proposed as a way actually to, for I guess, Torontonians to have some control over their privacy. So I was interested. Is this just a kind of a situation where different political battles equals kind of different approaches to what is the same issue? Like, can data localization be a useful thing to happen in this context? And also in terms of thinking about the different kinds of how to deal with privacy, you know, is one of the answers essentially maybe outlawing certain types of data collection? This again has come up in the Sidewalk Labs Waterfront Toronto issue, and then there's also the issue of whether or not certain types of data just shouldn't be commodified or traded in the first place, and maybe some business models should not be allowed to exist. I mean, you know, we're in a kind of a knowledge-driven society, but you know, for the past several hundred years, people themselves have been commodified in a market society, but we put limits on that. So is that kind of the answer there, essentially, is limit the marketplace in data?
Yes, thank you very much. It's really inspirational. My name is Tant. I'm from Myanmar. We give a lot of digital literacy training in Myanmar through our library network. And we found out that Myanmar is just recently, we're getting a lot of the mobile penetrations. It's jumped from like 12% in 2012 to 80% in this year. So it's a big jump, but people, critical thinking skills are still low. So we have to do a lot of training. So privacy is one of the main issues that we are facing. So people used to put everything on Facebook, like your eating style, everything. So your data are all gathered by these companies. Sometimes even like some of the houses are robbed because they put it online that, you know, the whole family is gone, there's nothing left. So this type of thing happens. So we developed a curriculum together with the University of Washington on the, we call it Mobile Information Literacy curriculum, and it has been doing very well. I just want to ask, you know, what sort of mechanism works to reach more, you know, in other countries like Kenya or other countries? Like, we've been doing a lot with the community libraries, but what about formal way of education, you know, like schools or this type of things? Do you have any experience or not?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Belen Jimenez. I am from Paraguay, South America. I am a youth at IGF fellow from Internet Society, and I'm also a cyber psychologist. So basically, I analyze how technology has an impact on our behavior. So my question goes more towards connectivity and like on the youth and children, especially on the dynamics of sharenting, which is when, for example, parents share content of their children, like pictures, videos, almost every day, almost compulsively sometimes in social media. And I was interested in knowing, like in these cases, what is your opinion about this, especially since there's an ongoing debate about balancing the parents' right to like express themselves and to share content, but also the children's right to privacy.
Very great question. We have more questions coming up. Let us take those three before we take the next two that are already raising up. So, do you want to start?
Okay, so on data localization, the government says that if you keep your data in India, it'll be more secure. There are no historical records of, you know, illustrating that. And so what we feel is, as civil society, data localization will, because India doesn't have strong surveillance, anti-surveillance laws, data localization might lead to higher surveillance. What some researchers call, it'll create a honeypot situation, where if a lot of sensitive data gets concentrated in India and it only resides there, and we don't have encryption laws, encryption standards, we don't have anti-surveillance laws, what will happen is it'll be easier for hackers to access this data. So we're definitely against data localization, and I can say more or less all civil society organizations, most of them are trying to push the government not to include this. On the point about child rights, that's something which I was talking to even even the panel before, that we need to balance a children's right to privacy also with the children's right to information. Correct me if any of you feel differently, or if the audience feels differently. In our data protection draft law in India, there's a strong parental consent mechanism, without which children will not have legal access to a lot of online content. I feel this is slightly problematic, where we are defining the age of a child to be 18 years and below. So that's a very high threshold in the way children are growing up, and at what age they're getting access to the internet. So that's something I was just like to mention. Another thing which I would like to say is that definitely education and formal education, there needs to be a curriculum today on digital literacy. A lot of people are interacting with new technologies who don't even have basic literacy. So at least we should start at a point where educational curriculums for children, and I've worked in ed policy, and I see that how children benefit from learning, making use of the internet, especially in a country like India, where we don't necessarily have good teachers and good schools. So the internet, it becomes this bridge to the good quality education. But having said that, we need to again balance the right of the child to privacy and the right of the child to information.
I'm very happy that you brought up the point of sharenting. It's a topic that I discuss with friends and family as well. I don't share images of my daughter online, and I have some friends who do, but the vast majority, even people who work in privacy and digital rights, do it. And it's a very awkward topic to bring up, because you can't tell people how to parent. And I think it's one where we've definitely overlooked the rights of the child and the best interests of the child. People do not want photos of themselves sitting on the toilet available for everybody in the whole world to see. And I think there has been at least one court case of a child suing parents that I've seen, and I believe it was in France. It was a couple of years ago. And I believe that we're going to see many, many, many more types of these kinds of backlash of children coming of age and being horrified by what their parents have posted online. Not even just photos and videos, but also text describing what they've said or how they've behaved as young children. I think it's an area that's really ready for better regulatory guidelines and protections of children. In terms of libraries, I've seen many people this year especially, I've heard so many reports of libraries really becoming an important part of digital education and digital security training. Mozilla, our organization, has also been working with New York City government on doing digital security training in New York City public libraries. It's an area where libraries, I think, are very much showing up as helping people navigate both how they use technology but how they stay safe online. And I hope that trend continues all over the world.
In adding to these points on the children, I think there's a cultural awareness that, I mean, we can't forget that the social media sharing, that's 10 years old, right? So we're still getting used to the norms. So what I notice in my surroundings is that people are only starting to, even as adults, request that please do not share that picture unless you ask me whether I'm actually okay with this picture, because you just share whatever. But having a group photo and making sure that everyone actually consents to this group photo being shared is not a social norm yet. And if we haven't even reached that as adults, consenting adults, to say that, then this parenting change, that at least we have, because children are vulnerable once they come of age and can start suing, we will see that, and it's going to happen rather soon because they are just about to come out of age.
Social media is just part of it, because now we all have listening devices soon in our homes. Or telephones that we can talk to and that listen to us in some capacity or not. And so a colleague of mine, he always makes the analogy that now there's social convention, you don't smoke in somebody's home, or you take your shoes off before you go into somebody's home. But if somebody has an Amazon Echo or a Google machine that listens, what are the conventions for when somebody comes into your home? Do you tell them that you have a microphone that is listening to them all the time? Do you ask for them to turn it off when you walk in? How do you navigate this kind of online, all the time relationship to technology? And children, I think, are at risk here as well, where they may say things or do things that may be embarrassing to them when they're grown-ups.
Absolutely, and there's also we're actually, because we're talking about what we can do to change that, also social norms like that. So I was just thinking of a film festival, the Rooftop Film Festival. They had just dedicated during their summer festival a whole series to data usage. And there were some of them exactly like that. What is dating behavior? Do I actually, in a blind date, one of my first questions is, do you own an Alexa or a Siri or whatever? Because if you do, maybe I don't want to go home with you because I have a different understanding of privacy, right? So you got to challenge this in some way, and art and movies and satire are good ways to try and make something tangible that seems strange, because we need to question our societal impact. And I think libraries are great because libraries are usually places for quiet, right? So learning to reflect and to think about what you want to do is something to definitely go forward. The DQ Institute, for instance, is something that they work a lot in the whole Asia region. They're based in Korea and Singapore, and I do think they have resources working with the Association of Libraries also, so they might be helpful for you to go there. For data localization, I just wanted to add one more thing. There's also the business aspect of this. If data needs to be localized, you're also harming the market because it's actually very expensive to have servers everywhere around the world. So there's this question of when do already vulnerable or weaker markets being left out, because the big companies only choose those that actually have the market power to also finance their services. So outside of security risks, there's something to be considered there. And maybe a better way of thinking about this is, what do I as an individual maybe own on my particular device so that I can take control with my device, but I can take it with me, and it's not stored to whatever region, it's not confined by national borders, but I own it and I'm the only one who control what to share with it. So there are blockchain technologies to go about this. There are a lot of downsides to blockchain because of our electricity and whatever needs, but there are ways that we haven't explored yet to make it more individual and less regionally based. And you, I think, wanted to jump in on. And there's still questions, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so just to build onto the previous interventions, in Kenya we are coming up, and this is the same thing also with Rwanda, where the government has this one laptop per child project, whereby students are supposed to have laptops from as young as class 1, which is the equivalent around age 6, age 7. So each student is supposed, so all the laptops have all the educational content and stuff like that. So this is a project which has done very well in Rwanda, but Kenya is still picking up that. But then one thing that has been missing in that project, which is funded by some of the funding partners in this space, has been the building of privacy, teaching them as part of the curricula. So just, you're getting this device, you're being told, hey, get on the computer. The computers are mostly not connected to the internet, but then they have all this information already pre-downloaded to them. But something that I think that would be a good intervention, and something which we've been thinking about, trying to plug into existing mechanisms, not to start something afresh. And another intervention that has been working a bit is the Safer Internet Day. I don't know if some of you are aware about Safer Internet Day, sometime in, I think, March every year. Sorry? February 5th, yes, February 5th. I've spoken at a number of Safer Internet Days, and over the years, we've gotten high-level participation from the various governments. This year we had the president sent the cabinet secretary, Rafael Tuju, to come and attend and speak to these young people about it. So over the years, we're trying to get high-level attention to these issues through the Safer Internet Day and through partnering with various institutions. So that's something which maybe we need to plug into those initiatives. And given Safer Internet Day is like already a global movement, we need to maybe support those kind of mechanisms out there and for more awareness. And just with a caution that it shouldn't be fear-mongering, it should be responsible use of technology and not fear-mongering, because that is a risk sometimes that happens where you tell people, no, don't connect to the internet, don't post anything, like just moving from fear-mongering to responsible use. That would be a good step and good interventions.
We're running out of time. We have 3 more allocated minutes, so let's just collect your questions and we can try to at least each give a 30-second pitch. So why don't you start, please?
Hi, my name is Ilya Hosseinian at KU Leuven University. First of all, thank you very much for an exciting discussion. I've heard a lot of case-specific issues or context-specific experiences, things that are obviously very important and are practical in nature. And they're also often instrumentally framed, often dichotomous in nature, you know, market versus state, me versus you, us versus them. And since we're nearing the end of today's discussion, I would like to ask a question that doesn't just pertain to existing problems, but perhaps future problems, and are a bit more philosophical in nature. My question pertains to what does this all mean for being a human, ontologically speaking, or rather remaining human? My generation went from being sometimes relatively excluded from quote-unquote inclusion because of financial reasons or simply technological limitations. Nowadays, I ask myself the question, do we and will we even have the right to be excluded from these things? If we think it's normal to allocate weekly time for meditation these days, or go to yoga classes, will we perhaps in the future be forced or compelled to allocate some time to enter a room or an area just to be disconnected from rampant connectivity and 5G, just to be able to remain human or not? And yeah, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Masayuki from Japan. I'm involved with the development of privacy-enhancing technologies, including TOR or I2P. So my question is, this session was built as a right to disconnect, but from my viewpoint, I think we are talking about a right not to be categorized. And I believe this is a right, very important right, but I'm not sure as a people you think this right not to be categorized is kind of one of human rights. So I really ask about that. And also, I think opt out, this categorization is very difficult. So my own strategy is making sure creating new identity, new vanilla identity to use online activities. So I think it's kind of easier to achieve. So I appreciate your comment on this strategy.
Thank you very much. The next session is already lining up here, so if you can keep it to 10 seconds, and then we need to actually take our answers outside so that we're not blocking the next session from coming on. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Carlton Samuels. I'm from the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. I wanted to ask the panel if they're ready to look at situations where there are competing rights, and especially in the area of child protection and cybersecurity. What we see in the region is a host of cybersecurity laws framed in protecting children, but at the same time trespassing on other rights. For example, the categorization of what a child is. For example, an 18-year-old as a child involves sometimes at the university where you're teaching, then certain content cannot be made available, and that then decimates the rights of others. So I wanted to hear your reflection on that. Thanks.
Mike has already switched off. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we don't have time to answer because we really need to move on, but we can meet right at the door to answer those last questions because they were all really good and very interesting, and I'm so sorry that not everyone got to speak. Thank you for joining, and let's continue the conversation outside.
天就用这个。对他们有专用的。对，咱们要看这有个惠普的，看一下。我这开机试试看。哎，太好了，咱们明天可以用了。可以啊。Yes, I try.
No, no, no. Pas de souci.
Tomorrow we will the
Pas de
panel.
session.
Okay.
Pas de session. No session.
这样的就可以了，你把 U 盘插进去了，其实就是重点。来吧，赶紧想几个问题。谁提问？谁提问？找人。咱们对几个中国人，去年的都是中国人。应该这样就可以了，咱们就不用试了。 中国